When both the Holy Sword of Light and the Dark Demon Sword chose the boy, he turned away and shattered the Holy Sword. Without hesitation, he took the Dark Demon Sword because he knew his future would be doomed by that same Holy Sword. In his past life, Lian became the continent's strongest shadow assassin, wielding the Dark Demon Sword. He fought for the Empire all his life, defeating monsters and uniting the land, never imagining his loyalty would be repaid with betrayal, simply because his power made the Empire uneasy. So the Knights of Light hunted him. Though Lian was gravely wounded, he showed terrifying combat skill, holding off the Empire's elite forces. When Boros saw Lian's horrifying aura, his suspicions were confirmed. "You're the legendary Black Mist Assassin." Lian coldly interrogated Boros, demanding to know who gave the order, all while searching for a chance to escape. He had to find out his brother's connection to this, but Boros seemed to read Lian's mind. He laughed coldly, warning him not to dream of escape, since the place was sealed by a level 9 magical barrier. Hearing this, Lian's eyes turned cold with disdain. "A simple barrier? I'll destroy it for you to see." But just then a faint voice reached his ears. "Enough, Lian!" Seeing who arrived, Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his brother, the very one he'd followed his whole life. Agil Balfour never imagined the mastermind behind it all was his own older brother. The pillar of faith in Lian's heart shattered, leaving him kneeling lifeless. He couldn't understand it. Had he done something wrong? But Agil only replied coldly, his icy gaze full of contempt. "Look at that ominous black mist around you. You're no longer human, just an ugly assassin. You've been deceiving us all along." Hearing this, Lian stood frozen, glaring at the man before him with rage. He had devoted his entire life without question. But in the end, after gaining fame and success, the first thing he did was abandon the one who had served him like a dog for over 20 years. At that moment, Lian's fury reached its peak. All his magical power erupted uncontrollably. Even if it meant destroying his body, he would drag this betraying man to hell. However, the exhausted Lian couldn't even break through Eagles' protective magic. Finally impaled by the sacred sword in his hand and thrown aside like discarded trash, feeling life slipping away, Lian's heart filled with regret and despair. He never thought this would be his end. What a foolish life. If only he could start over. When he woke again, a woman's voice reached his ears. "Young master, how long will you keep sleeping? Are you trying to dodge practice by stalling?" Hearing this, Lian looked at the woman beside him. It was clearly Elia, the maid who served him as a child. Even the furniture arrangement was exactly the same. Before he could think much more, Lian was dragged to the training ground. At that moment, he finally realized something. He had returned to Belfour Castle 27 years ago. It was a year before he entered the academy, when sword practice took place at the start of each month. An important event his father, the Duke, would even come to watch. Leon's opponent was his stepbrother, Krantz Balfort, who was the same age. Krantz's mother was the Duke's legal wife, so Krantz got more attention than Leon. In his past life, after being humiliated, Leon became the laughingstock of all and was excluded by his father. The Duke waved his hand and said. As it began, Krantz immediately took the lead, charging at Leon with a malicious grin while swinging his sword downward. But Leon looked at him with disdain in his eyes. Krantz's speed was as slow as a snail's. Calmly, Leon shifted his stance, easily dodging Krantz's attack. Yet to Krantz, Leon's evasion was nothing but cowardice. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Leon's sword shot out like lightning, instantly knocking aside Krantz's long sword. Then, casually, Leon kicked Krantz's leg. Krantz's face twisted in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his leg and groaning relentlessly. Leon stared fiercely at Krantz. He could end this practice match by just pressing his sword to Krantz's neck, but he didn't want it to be that easy. In his past life, Krantz had constantly tormented him, so now he wanted to crush Krantz completely. This life was his to live, so he started mercilessly tormenting him. After Leon's victory in the practice match, he was granted an audience with his father, who even sent his personal night yuke. On the way, Leon ran into Krantz's mother, who was heading to the infirmary. Seeing her face like she'd eaten something foul, he grinned and teased. "Is Krantz all right?" Marjorie looked at Leon with hatred. Did you do this to your own brother? How shameless. But Leon just laughed and said, That's the point of practice. However, the venomous voice from behind made him stop. A child born to a filthy mother should eat from the ground, yet he dares brag so boldly. Hearing this, the murderous look in Leon's eyes suddenly flared, instantly calculating how to kill her. But then he thought of a better way to torment her. You know, I go to the academy with Kranz, right? Don't you worry if your son graduates with all his limbs intact. Leon's threatening words made Marjorie grit her teeth. She raised her arm ready to teach that insolent boy a lesson. But then a hand stopped her. You can speak without showing your face. The Duke urgently wants to see the young master. Leave now. Maria stood there, embarrassed, while Leon flashed a wicked smile. For the Duke's orders were absolute. Now, under the protection of the Duke's knight, Leon soon arrived at his father's study. It was their first private meeting in years. Duke Williams Balfour ruled the western territories of the Buxi Empire, known as the Guardian of the Continent. He wielded extraordinary magic and unmatched sword skills, a hero who long kept demon invasions at bay, ultimately dying in the war against the Demon King's army. He spent his whole life serving others. Supposedly, everything was for the sake of peace. But to Lian, it seemed foolish because this was the life he had chosen. His father commented on Lian's performance in the duel. When Kranz charged at you, you accurately judged the sword's trajectory. But when did you learn fencing? Lian said he hadn't learned formally but practiced alone every night. Yet from his father's view, Lian showed no interest in fencing. Why hide such a skill even though you handled Kranz so well? His father's sharp question made Lian's heart race. Was he testing his limits? After thinking it over, Lian replied loudly that he wanted to prove he was better than Kranz. That was the real meaning behind this practice match. Hearing this, his father laughed, praising the answer as cold and clear, saying he hadn't expected such talent. He was genuinely pleased. You'll surely become a great aide to Egil. At these words, Lian was struck like by lightning. Becoming an assistant to that man, his father's obsession with Egil hadn't changed. But right now, Lian couldn't change his father's mind. All he could do was tremble and clench his fists tight. Then his father said he could grant any reward he wanted. Lian's eyes lit up. His gaze hardened, saying, if that's the case, I'll crush his obsession and ruin everything ego stands for. Then he said, I want to go to the front lines. When Ego heard Lian's decision, he nearly lost his mind. Feeling like the young master had completely lost his mind, unaware of what kind of place it was. There were many fierce and terrifying monsters there. On the continent, the only place that could be called the front lines was the Bili territory in the west of the empire. The farthest was the Mia Valley, a place of continuous war with demons for hundreds of years. His father didn't immediately agree to Lian's request, saying he needed a month to confirm if Lian was qualified, though Lian wasn't sure what qualifications he meant. First, he had to fully develop his muscle strength within the specified time. Currently, his muscle strength was very weak. But after coming back, he retained his battle sense. He also had a small amount of magical power. If he could train his body well, he could unleash his full potential. Just then, the door to his room suddenly flew open with a kick. A figure ran in, shouting his name and staring at him intensely. It was his sister. Lilith Balfour grabbed Lian by the collar and shook him like a rag doll. He was frantic, demanding fiercely as if he had lost his mind, insisting on going to the front. Then he threw the Decilier to the ground. Do you think you're tough just because you beat the colored pencils? Come with me to the rooftop. Moments later, the two faced off on the roof. Lilith said, if you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, then I'll agree to let you go to the front. Lian's face showed pure frustration. Do we really have to do this? But Lilith drew her demonstration sword. Seeing this, Lian sighed, worried about what a disastrous day it was. Before he could finish sighing, Lilith had already launched her attack. In an instant, the sword was about to pierce his face, but the next moment, Lian's blade appeared from behind, sweeping away the incoming strike. Lilith was stunned. She couldn't believe a 10-year-old could block her attack, especially with a thin, light blade. Yet he precisely deflected her heavy sword. It was just luck, but it still cost Lilith some pride. She gave a faint smile, quite decent actually. Seeing Lilith's expression, Lian felt a chill. A bad premonition spread through his heart. The next moment, Lilith's attacks grew fiercer, like a storm, each strike stronger than the last. For a while, she kept Lian on the defensive. Instinctively, he used his sword technique. His blade pressed against Lilith's throat, but luckily, she broke free at the last second. They separated quickly. Lian sighed in relief. If he hadn't held back his sword, the consequences would have been unthinkable, because all his shadow sword techniques were deadly. Moves that once executed were fatal. But due to his lack of strength, unable to kill Lilith, he was now very passive. Damn it. Not even 3 minutes passed. Yet the muscle gap could be bridged by infusing magic into the sword. His body was at its limit. Still, in front of him, Lilith began chanting spells under her breath. She whispered, "Hear the call of nothingness. Earth and wind become my blade." Seeing this, Lian's pupils shrank. This was level 6 magic. Lilith looked furious. Her long sword shimmered with starlight, surrounded by a terrifying yet enchanting aura. Seeing this, Lian felt like crying. Was she trying to kill him? Lilith was enraged. Only one thought remained in his mind. He must not lose no matter what. Even if he blocked her attack, he'd fall from the rooftop. Given that, he could only rely on that. The next second, suddenly, he gathered strength, charging instantly toward Lilith, who was preparing a terrifying final strike. Lilith moved without hesitation, swinging her sword downward. Nervously, Lian called out a name in his heart. "Please come quickly, Juken." In the next moment, as if answering his call, Juken Flash stepped between them, one hand catching Leon midair while his sword blocked Lilith's attack. A brilliant flash of light shot up into the night sky, illuminating everything. Frowning slightly, he murmured, "Lady Lilith isn't being too harsh on young Master Leon." Leon breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Juken wouldn't arrive in time. Lilith finally regained her senses and anxiously embraced Lian, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, brother, but I don't want you to go to the front lines." Feeling his sister's warm care, Lian felt no guilt. His competitive spirit burned fiercely within him. Working harder than anyone else, setting unprecedented records at the Royal Academy, where the continent's brightest minds gathered, achieving an S rank in every subject. She had a striking appearance and was called Daughter of God, along with Agil, revered as the continent's guardians. But after joining the Knights of Light, her sister faced a tragic end. Thinking of this, Lian couldn't help but hold Lilith tight. "I really missed you, sister. This time I'll definitely protect you." Then Lilith asked, "Juken, aren't you Fauci, Father's knight? Father has already gone to battle. Why are you still here?" Juken said, uneasy, "The Duke secretly ordered me to protect the young master." Meanwhile, Lian sensei Yugen right after leaving his father. If he had kept pretending, Yugen wouldn't have shown up. The next day, Lilith returned to the academy while Lian kept training non-stop for the next 2.5 weeks. But the results weren't remarkable. This was very different from what he had imagined. He couldn't stop missing his perfect physique from his previous life. Just then, Elia told him Lilith had said something. The stench made Aliyah wrinkle her nose in disgust. It was infernal hound blood that Leon had asked his sister for. It's only found in the Limaya Valley, with a foul smell and burning sensation in the mouth. That's why it's considered toxic. But it permanently boosts magic power and physical strength, though everyone thought it was a superstition. In his previous life, he had personally experienced its effects. So Lian forced himself to drink it. As soon as it hit his bloodstream, that thrilling sensation instantly set his body ablaze. Next, he had to take a walk to test the medicine's effects. Moments later, Lian, who had been running to absorb the drug's power, reached the back mountain. For 2 weeks, he'd been waiting for Yuken to leave so he could make his move. In his past life, Egil received a hint from the god of light about an ancient temple sleeping behind the mountain. Then Leon pinpointed a spot through the magical flow, shattering the ground before him to reveal a deep passage. Leon then entered it. When Lian reached the temple's end, he saw the familiar sacred sword from the last life's war against the demon realm. The demon army's power had surpassed human limits, but when humans unearthed divine relic weapons, they secured a crushing victory. Durandal's relic was the sacred sword guarded by the god of light. the weapon that led humanity to triumph and ultimately ended up in Agel's hands. Leon had died miserably because of this sword in his previous life. He couldn't help but wonder if his return was tied to the sacred sword before him. So he reached out to touch it, but the sacred sword gave no response. Frustrated, Leon kicked it angrily. How annoying! Yet his purpose wasn't just to claim the sacred sword. Instead, he moved into its shadow. At first glance, it seemed like just the shadow of the blades. But it wasn't truly a shadow, because where there is light, there must be darkness. Then, Leon slapped the ground. Instantly, a shadow spread across the floor, flowing behind the altar. A hidden door appeared right away. When Leon walked through, another sword hovered in the center. That was his sword, the demonic Kalan. Leon grasped Kalan and let out a soft laugh. It had finally awakened. When there was no response, he swung the demonic sword wildly, trying to rouse it. Soon, a strange, small shadow appeared before him. "You're brave to wake me, a sleeping demon's sword. From now, your body is mine." The shadow lunged at Leon, but he caught it, shocking it deeply. Kalan asked, "How can you touch me?" Leon smiled, said, "I told you, you're mine." Look at him holding the demonic sword, his body pulsing with demonic energy. Kalan, confused, asked, "How do you have Ale's aura? Are you his heir?" Leon smiled darkly, nodding. "Yes, that's right. The master has returned. Now kneel." But Kaling's words still went unrecognized. Then, he launched an attack at Leon. Kaling's challenge made Leon feel utterly powerless. In that case, he could only use the simplest method. He softly chanted the demonic sword control. Instantly, Kalink was strongly suppressed by an invisible force. He scolded Leon in a low voice. "I'll say this one last time, acknowledge me as your master." But Kalan didn't listen at all, demanding to know how he knew that spell. Seeing that talking was useless, Leon chanted again, "Demonic sword control." Then immediately chanted 2.5 more times, pressing Kalan's head to the ground. Just as Kalan was about to give in, Leon shouted once more, demon control elevated, and Kalan was completely conquered. He then transformed into a small demon form, excited to emerge. It had been so long since he'd sensed Eren. "So thrilling! Master, what's your name?" "I'm Leon Balford." Kalan wondered if he'd truly been chosen by Al. Leon nodded, confirming, and told him this had happened in his past life. He had died once. Hearing this, Kalin was completely baffled, thinking Leon was talking nonsense. Then Leon looked at the sacred sword before him. He raised the dark demon sword in his hand and, with a single strike, cut through the sacred sword's hilt. Seeing Leon's move, Kalin asked in surprise why he did it. Leon looked at the hilt in his hand with a wicked smile. "Well, I don't know now, but this will get interesting later." Time quickly passed until the promised day with his father arrived. I had to pass my father's test to prove I was ready for the front lines. Then Yuken threw down a scroll. With the scroll's invocation, a hellhound suddenly appeared. I stared at the infernal hound before me. It was a low-level demonic beast from the Limila Valley. Seems like Dad really went all out preparing this test. Behind me, the knights were ready too. If I was in mortal danger, they'd jump in immediately. Yuken's eyes locked onto mine. 3 days ago, I had asked Yuken for some practice, saying I wanted to get used to real combat. He agreed. Using only his sheath to block my strikes, he let me attack freely. I had one request. Don't tell Dad about this practice. In the next instant, my form exploded into motion, my sword slashing toward Yuken, feeling the heavy force coursing through my hands. Yuken was stunned. Couldn't believe this was the sword of a 10-year-old. But what shocked him wasn't just that, but how I blinked out of sight in a flash, vanishing instantly from where I stood. When Yuken caught my trail, I was already above his head, then dropped from the sky, sword falling. The blade moved at an extreme speed, but Yuken still blocked every strike. When I swung my final blow, the practice ended. I sheathed my sword, nodding thanks to Yuken. Still can't beat you, after all. But Yuken was panting hard, his heart full of shock that weak little me had become this strong. It seemed like I could now handle anything this world threw at me, just in time to see the infernal hound on the arena floor launch its first attack. I quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the strike. With my current strength, I couldn't face magical beasts head-on. I had to end this fast, with just one hit. I poured magical energy into my sword and suddenly leaped forward, throwing the blade that sliced right through the hound's head. Everyone watching froze in disbelief. My father's lips curled into a smile, then he burst out laughing, applauding me. "See you on the front lines." After he left, Kaylin sneaked away, filled with resentment, asking why I wasn't using Kaylin's blood absorption to get stronger. Impatient, she stared at the fallen hound. "Just wait. I'll let you feast soon enough." 2.5 days later, I took Ilya to the front. Monsters were everywhere, scaring her and making her scream. She kept asking why I wanted to come to such a deadly place. Seeing this familiar battlefield sparked a strange nostalgia in me. Honestly, thanks. A place like hell suits me best. His father warned him never to let his guard down since death could come at any moment. In the following days, there were 3 to 4 battles a day. Each fight had detailed response plans, led by top knights with exceptional strength. Monsters trying to cross the front were pushed back one by one. Alianza assigned him to the safest tent in the rear. Still, security was tight, so he barely found time to eat. Kyalan could only wait until night. Late at night, Lian placed a doll on his bed like the skies. Then he slipped out into the dark because the front was tightening its night watch. He could move freely behind the lines. Moments later, Lian reached the monster-infested area. This was the best place to use the demonic sword. Then he summoned Kaylan. The thrilling energy of blood all around had already excited it beyond control. "Master, I can't hold back any longer." Then Lian charged at the monster group, the demonic sword in his hand swinging wildly, recklessly reaping monster lives. Lian filled a cup with monster blood and drained it in one gulp. The blood's rush and the power impact clashed wildly inside him. But Lian immensely enjoyed the feeling. Yet Kaylan said, relying on just these jackals, "When will we get stronger?" Hearing this, Lian glanced back and smirked. "Don't worry. The night's long, and many more monsters await." Meanwhile, a carriage convoy headed to the front. For many nights, it watched over the white-haired lady inside. The maid tried to convince her to change her mind, saying the front was too dangerous. But the lady refused. "I'm the Empire's princess, compelled to help father on patrol. Please don't say that again." The servant could only stop trying helplessly. Just then she remembered something. The youngest son of Duke Belfort was also on the front, about the same age as her. She wanted to go greet him, but the lady sniffed coldly. Proud, not interested. But then she asked the maid his name. The maid thought a moment, then said, "Seems his name's Lian Belfort." Hearing this, the lady gazed at the bright moonlight, whispering the name softly. At the front, father spent many nights fighting monsters. Just then, her gaze shifted to Lian, fighting with the night squad. His performance was very satisfying. Father initially thought Lian would cry and want to come home. He didn't expect him to hold out this long. "Come by my shop tomorrow morning. I have something to tell you." Dad's words surprised Lian. It was the first time he'd seen that expression on his face. Late at night, Lian returned to the monster zone to hunt. This time he ran into a swarm of death. Monsters so strong they usually only show up in deep valleys. Kaylan asked if he could control him. Lian said, "I know what you're planning." Kaolin said he'd use the body and then come back. With his current power, the wounds he inflicted were far too shallow. The death swarm could recover right away. Hearing this, Lian agreed. Indeed, this wasn't going anywhere. Even after drinking countless monster bloods this month, it still wasn't enough to kill the death swarm in front of him. So he and Kellyan could only temporarily let Kaylan take over his body. The descent of the demonic sword. In the next moment, Lian was engulfed in thick demonic flames, and his power multiplied. Then he unleashed the sword technique, the dance of 8 petals, becoming a flowing, dancing, slicing light in an instant, landing multiple strikes that tore the monster's body apart immediately. Its fierce regeneration couldn't save it. After all, it faced a young demon god wielding dark power. Meanwhile, father found the monster corpses Lian had killed from the uncleansed blood. These beasts had just died. You could sense unusual magical energy nearby. wondering if demons were to blame. Hearing this, Father's expression grew serious and he ordered a thorough search of the area and to quickly dispose of the monster corpses. But then he noticed something familiar in the sword wounds on the monsters. While pondering this, Joe-Okan reported a new discovery. It was clearly the death swarm that Lian had torn apart. Seeing this stirred Father's heart. Could this be the work of that organization? Meanwhile, the current Lian had returned to his shop, somewhat regretful about his frenzy, actually using the demon sword's descent on a monster, temporarily giving his body to Kalen, though he could show his true power, but with a slight slip, he could be completely possessed. Just then, Kalanan also said beside him, "Even though you're just a 10-year-old kid, your words and actions aren't childish at all. You don't just understand me deeply. You know every part of Lomedale, and you wield the sword like you've been practicing for 30 years. Finally, I believe you really died once, which means you're a returner." Lian's expression showed a delayed reaction. "I already told you," Kalin shouted angrily. "Who would understand you if you say it like that? Taking down someone as strong as you isn't easy, yet you were killed by the Turandos Wilder. So, there are only two possibilities. You either lost a duel or you were betrayed. Probably betrayed, right? I noticed it when you looked at the sacred sword. If that's true, then your reason for returning must be to seek revenge. However, if I see even a hint of hesitation or weakness in you, I will devour you." Lian, annoyed, punched and fell while saying his master is no fool. But a secret smile played on Lian's face. This guy's personality was still the same as always. Moments later, Lian left the tent. Just outside, he noticed the atmosphere was different from usual. At that moment, a girl ran up to him and told him something serious had happened. Last night, near the valley's exit, they found high-level monster corpses. Lian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Was he talking about the death swarm? He quickly asked if there were any other news, like signs of strange people or anything about himself. Just then, Yuken appeared behind him and told him his father wanted to see him. Hearing that, Lian felt uneasy. This was a problem because of the situation with his father. He had left the monster corpses untouched. Now it seemed his father had definitely discovered it. How could he cover it up? So Lian went to his father. After sitting down, the father asked him directly what he was doing last night. Lian said he was very tired, so he went to bed early. Hearing this, the father's eyes lit up as he studied his youngest son carefully. The sword marks he saw yesterday were eerily similar to Leon's. Was he overthinking? A kid that small shouldn't be able to do such things. Then Leon asked innocently, "Why do you ask?" The father told him something happened near the station last night, probably caused by the assassin group Black Mist. They've existed since ancient times. No one knows their true purpose. They killed many nobles under the guise of purification and were known for leaving Black Mist wherever they went. But one day, they vanished without a trace, last seen 300 years ago. Yet the corpse from last night's death swarm was oozing black mist. That's the mark of the Dark God, also their main deity. The Black Mist organization worships this god and draws power from it. If I'm right, those who killed the death swarm and the monsters were Black Mist. After hearing father's words, Lian, amazed by the sword wounds, connected the dots to an organization that covered its tracks 300 years ago. Father warned Lian to be very cautious. For now, this matter would be put on hold. So Lian overcame this hurdle for the time being. Then father said the emperor would visit today and spoke about it. Suddenly he smiled mysteriously, saying he wanted to entrust something to Lian. Soon after, the emperor arrived in the territory. Everyone gathered early to welcome him. The emperor quickly helped father up, saying, "We're old friends, no need for such formalities." That's when he noticed Leon was nearby. He couldn't help but praise such a young boy living in such a dangerous place. His son really is extraordinary. Father's request to Leon was actually simple. Just play the part of a good son. Then the emperor mentioned he had someone to introduce. The princess stepped down from the carriage and bowed. "Greetings. Duke, I'm Yalin Isabella, the 5th imperial princess of the Buxi Empire." When Lian saw Yalin, his eyes locked on her intensely. She was known as the Princess of Tragedy. Father had already told him to keep this young 5th princess entertained. "You just need to play along. You're the same age and you might see each other again at the academy. though not for long. Still, I hope you two can grow close. Though Lian was reluctant, deep down he understood his father's intentions. He hoped we would become like him and the emperor. But unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. As the fifth princess, Yalin wasn't born to the empress. She was born to a common-born concubine, so people only treated her as a princess in name. Still, she didn't give in to their looks. She worked harder than anyone, but no one cared. Eventually, she was accused of treason and exiled from the imperial city to die of illness in some border town, earning the title of the tragic princess. If only she'd lived without ambition. Surely she wouldn't have met such an end. Only he knew this future, and he couldn't tell his father. So for now, he just obeyed. At that moment, Yalin looked to the distant river and asked why the water was so red. Lian told her it was the Frode River, where magical beasts instinctively leap when they're enraged or hurt fighting over food. The river's magic corrupts the beasts' bodies and fluids, turning the water red. Seeing this, Yalin's eyes snapped open. The river was full of beast fluids and corpses. Yes, and the magical beasts still drink from it and bathe in it. Yalin immediately felt disgust. She asked what lay at the river's end. Lian gazed afar. It's the demon kingdom. Just then, a trail of smoke in the sky caught everyone's attention. It came from the direction of the western outpost. The place was under attack by magical beasts. Father immediately ordered the Night Guard division to protect His Majesty and accompany him to the western outpost, but the Emperor stopped him sharply, drawing his sword. He said, "Do you think I came here for sightseeing?" Seeing this, Father realized he couldn't stop the Emperor and could only accept joining the battle. Then the Emperor issued orders. From now on, the Imperial Army would join the fight to conquer the magical beasts. So Father turned to tell Lian to join the battle too. When Lian was allowed to go to the front, Yalin quickly expressed her desire to go as well. Lian's mouth twitched as he said, "This is the front line, not a playground." But Yalin kept insisting she go, leaving no choice. Lian called Zhou Kan and asked him to escort the determined little princess back to base. Meanwhile, fierce fighting had already broken out at the third outpost. Father arrived with his troops then. At his command, the knights charged the magical beasts. At the same time, the Emperor was at the front hunting the beasts. Suddenly, he stabbed his sword into the ground. In an instant, lightning exploded, instantly destroying numerous powerful magical beasts. Seeing this, Lian felt deep admiration for him. According to common knowledge, the Emperor's magical level had reached the 8th rank. Even if he hadn't become Emperor, leading the Magic Association would have been no problem. Maybe being Emperor was just a hobby. Moments later, the battlefield's chaos had settled, and the Emperor met with his father for a long talk. He mentioned a recent spike in noble murders across the empire that had caused unrest. The father asked if these incidents were connected. They were all corrupt officials listed individually, and in every scene, traces of black mist confirmed it. The father thought for a moment that followers of the Black Mist might be active again since traces were found near the outpost yesterday. The Emperor also thought it was very likely but emphasized more investigation was needed. Still, another issue weighed heavily on his mind. Some nobles seeking death spread rumors, suspecting the fifth princess was the mastermind behind these events. The father was stunned when he saw this. Could someone be trying to link Princess Yalin to these people? The Emperor was worried. Though he was silencing those spreading rumors at the moment, he believed they were trying to use her for something. So, the Emperor solemnly asked the father for help, if anything happened before he returned. He entrusted Yalin to his care. The father's gaze hardened as he solemnly swore to follow His Majesty's orders. Meanwhile, Lian prepared to go out hunting magical beasts again. But then, a figure appeared at his door. It was Princess Zhaolin asking if they could talk for a moment. Lian asked, puzzled, if something was wrong. But Zhaolin didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked aside and asked Elia to step out for a moment. Seeing Elia's expression, Lian started sweating and asked him to wait outside. Once Elia left, Zhaolin spoke shyly, saying the day's trouble was her fault as princess. She shouldn't have been so headstrong. Lian told her not to worry and apologized for his own rudeness earlier. Zhaolin smiled brightly, saying, "We'll be entering the academy soon. I hope you can help me then." But Lian replied coldly, "Sorry, but I can't offer any help to your highness. If you're here to recruit allies, you would better leave." Hearing this, Zhaolin's eyes flickered. Her face darkened instantly. Then she said softly with a heavy tone, "I just wanted to get along with you. How can you say such cruel things? Do you also think I'm just a princess in name?" Seeing this situation, Lian was taken aback. Zhaolin went on, "You're right. After all, I can't bring you any benefit. Sorry for wasting your time. I thought maybe we could have a normal conversation. You're nothing like hell." These words struck Lian's most sensitive nerve instantly. He immediately turned and grabbed Zhaolin's arm, asking how she knew Eagle. Zhaolin said she met him by chance during a visit to the academy, and he encouraged her to ignore others' opinions and live proudly as a princess. When Lian heard this, he found it hard to believe. How could it be possible? He knew too well the demonic nature of Agilas. But suddenly, Lian understood the reason. The plan to drag this princess into trouble had already begun. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tent. In the next moment, the awning burst open. A huge magical beast attacked Lian's tent. Nearby knights charged toward it. At the same time, the father and the emperor learned the rear camp was under attack by magical beasts. And it seemed that young Master Lian and Princess Yulin were trapped there. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately ordered all imperial troops to fall back, insisting on guaranteeing the princess's safety. By then, the rear was already filled with magical beasts. These were high-level magical beasts that should only appear deep within the valley. Yet now they were showing up in groups at the border. This made Lian wonder if it was a change that hadn't occurred in his previous life, or if it was because of him. At that moment, Elia cried beside him. "Young master, I really thought you were about to die just moments ago, right before the magical beast was about to strike." Lian had quickly embraced Jorlin and dodged. After all, in his previous life, he joined the Demon King's subjugation force to avoid dying to lesser monsters. Then suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the dark near Jorlin, grabbing him with its claws. Lian quickly stepped in front of Jorlin and told him to back away. However, the magical beast only glanced at the shadow before carelessly tossing it aside. Seeing this, Lian's eyes narrowed. As expected, this creature was targeting him. He told everyone to escort Jalim first, while he would handle drawing the monster away. Upon the order, Elia immediately agreed and grabbed Jalim, rushing off. Lian's mouth twitched in acceptance, surprisingly quick. Meanwhile, the magical beast could no longer hold back and launched its attack. Lian's eyes showed fierce determination as he gripped his sword tightly. Then his figure flashed as he struck the beast's arm. At that moment, a question was also raised. Why did these high-level magical beasts keep appearing around him? Kalen said it was because he had absorbed a lot of magical beast blood. His body gave off the scent of magical beasts. It was like a tonic. Upon hearing this, Lian suddenly understood. "So you knew from the start. Why tell me now?" Kalen grinned darkly. "You've forgotten. What I want is your body." Saying that, Lian grabbed him and then transformed into a demonic sword in his hand, ready to face the high-level magical beast before him. "Go ahead, I don't care how many magical beasts there are." Without hesitation, he leapt at the monster and instantly decapitated it. Lian let out a light sigh and calmly said, "Since no one's watching, let's properly drink some high-level magical beast blood." But at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, is that a dragon? A giant purple dragon appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. But he quickly realized it was just a hatchling, probably also drawn by Lian's scent. But none of this mattered to Leon, who was now totally fired up. He even boldly unleashed the demonic descent. He couldn't let such a huge magical beast slip away. He had to devour it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Emperor and his group reached the rear to provide support. They quickly killed all the high-level magical beasts, but still hadn't found any sign of Yalin and the others. Just then, a guard reported he'd found Princess Yalin. She ran quickly to her father. Out of breath, he urged him to save someone. To cover his retreat, young Master Lian stayed alone amidst the horde of magical beasts. Hearing this, the Emperor's spirit shuddered, and his father's face went pale as water. He harshly questioned Elia on what had really happened to Leon. Egyo trembled at his father's expression. It was the first time he saw the Duke so grim, and recounted the events. The knights quickly said they remembered the location and could send troops immediately to rescue the young master, but his father froze, unresponsive, and the emperor behind him urged him to give orders quickly. But after a brief silence, the father coldly spoke only 3 words. "So be it." Those words shocked everyone instantly. The emperor, unable to believe it, asked if he was serious. The father explained that the aftermath must take priority. If the military camp collapsed, the magical beasts would charge the imperial lands. So, the position must be rebuilt fast to avoid more losses. Upon hearing this, Iria asked with a trembling voice, "What about the young master then?" The father spoke sternly. "He got the princess away, so he fulfilled his duty. That is the Belt family's mission." Hearing this, Yalin's eyes welled uncontrollably with tears and her heart filled with guilt. Just then, a familiar cry rang out from above. Halin quickly lifted her head to look up. Suddenly, a purple dragon appeared in the sky. On closer look, its huge mouth snapped open, revealing a figure riding on its back. It was none other than Lian, who had saved her before. Dragons were the creatures closest to the creator, not only rare but incredibly valuable. Drinking their blood could massively boost one's power. Lian couldn't let this chance slip. Though this magical dragon was still a hatchling, its power couldn't be underestimated. It opened its huge mouth, unleashing a terrible breath attack that instantly obliterated where Lian had just been. Luckily, he dodged just in time and blinked right beside the dragon. He struck twice swiftly, hitting its eyes. The dragon screamed in pain, roaring with fury, flapping its wings and soaring quickly into the sky. Then suddenly it sped up, charging like a spear at Lian. But Lian showed no fear, smiling wickedly. He shifted shape to dodge the blow while gathering power in his hand. In the next instant, he unleashed his shadow sword technique, the dance of 8 petals, striking the dragon hard. Lian rolled his shoulders, exhausted. His body was still too tense to face a dragon, but it was time to end this, so he braced himself to finish it off. The dragon flapped its wings once more. Lian thought it would use the same move, but what he never expected was the dragon quickly turning around and fleeing shamefully. This caught Lian completely off guard. He leapt onto the dragon mid-air. He couldn't let that creature get away. So, persistent Lian grabbed onto the dragon's leg, revealing himself to everyone. This shocked the emperor, who asked father why he wasn't rescuing his son. But father remained calm, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lian, riding the dragon, felt pretty vulnerable, unsure what to do. Kalen asked if he wasn't going to act. Lian replied, "Haven't you seen the people down there?" But Kalen thought it didn't matter anymore, if he didn't want to die. Something had to be done right now, but if Lian used the demon sword's descent now, things might end worse than death. "So, you plan to stay on that dragon?" "I'm thinking of a solution at this very moment." While they debated, father made his move, gripping his sword with both hands and starting to chant a spell. Seeing this, Lian broke out in a cold sweat. This was the 8th level of the Heaven Secret Sword magic, a terrifying area-destroying spell. At this rate, Lian would be caught in it too. But luckily for Lian, the dragon wasn't hit so easily. It dodged the heavy attacks, though it couldn't avoid everything instantly. One strike was aimed right at Lian, leaving him no choice. Lian had to let go and jump off, but he still mourned losing this rare treasure. Kalen cursed loudly. "Stop messing around. If you don't act fast, you'll smash face first into the ground." Lian said if he used demonic energy now, they'd tie him to a stake and burn him alive. Kalen was furious. "So you planned to die in his place?" But then Lian suddenly spotted something and got an idea. He looked excitedly toward the bloody river, and Charon immediately guessed what Lian was planning, saying with disgust, "You're not thinking of jumping, are you?" Lian said helplessly, "There's no other choice now." With a splash, he dove into the river. At the same moment, a man in the distance noticed and was frantically running from the dragon, saying, "What a strange sight." The redhead behind him said, "It's a young dragon, but it seems lost and in trouble." Hearing this, the man immediately assumed there must be very powerful magical beasts nearby. But the redhead told him humans lived there. Shocked, the man couldn't believe it. He thought dragons couldn't lose to humans. Just then he felt a strange but familiar energy pulling him nearby. The redhead said if he was worried, he could go check it out. "But please," he warned, "don't just kill everything you see because you're bored." Meanwhile, Lian reached the shore. He shouted Kaylan's name, asking why he wasn't responding. Kaylan snapped back, furious. "I'm planning how to kill you. I feel so dirty." Lian soothed him. "Don't get so mad. I'll clean you up when we get back." Kaylan snorted coldly. "Better to think about getting back. We're deep in demon territory now." Lian reassured him, saying no high-level demons would be here. Just then, a voice appeared behind him. "I knew something interesting awaited me here." In an instant, Lian froze completely. The haunting voice burned deep into his mind. Impossible to forget. It belonged to the most terrifying demon of all, the Demon King of Esrian. Outwardly ruthless and brutal, yet in private surprisingly playful and relaxed. This shattered all of Lian's preconceived notions. In his past life, this Demon King had ignited the war between humans and demons. Everyone who had ever laid eyes on him thought only one thing. He was pure evil incarnate, a terrifying force beyond measure. But now, he appeared before Leon without any warning. This instantly put Leon on high alert. He couldn't understand why they'd meet right now. Seeing Lian's battle stance, the Demon King narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he ghosted behind Leon. "Wanna fight me?" Leon spun quickly, swinging his sword, but it only hit the Demon King's image. His form reappeared behind Leon. Then the Demon King burst out laughing. "You're quite an interesting person." Kaylan wondered how to fight the Demon King in his state. Lian lowered his gaze, knowing defeat was certain. Running seemed the only option. But could he really escape? Unexpectedly, the Demon King's behavior surprised him. "Calm down. I don't want to fight a kid like you," the Demon King said, trying to lower Lian's guard. Then, he lay down with a smile. "If you're uncomfortable, we can talk lying down." This stunned Lian immediately. Why did this guy suddenly lie down? The Demon King asked again, "Are you really human? Is this your first time in the demon realm?" Lian nodded slightly, appearing nervous. The Demon King said it seemed strange. "Why do I feel like I know you well?" To this, Lian said he was indeed human and had never seen him before. But why was he here? The Demon King's casual attitude made Lian doubt if this was really the same Demon King he knew. The Demon King said he detected strange energy during his patrol and came to check it out, saying it was his duty as the Demon King. But after speaking, he suddenly sat up and asked Lian what he had just said. Lian repeated himself, but his calm attitude made the Demon King suspicious. A human shouting the Demon King's name without fear? That drove him insane. "Human kids don't react like that when they hear my name. Didn't your mom tell you I'd come for you if you misbehaved?" His behavior left Lian confused. This guy definitely wasn't the Demon King. He knew that if the plot followed his past life, the Demon King was soon to invade the human kingdom. But this guy didn't seem like that type at all. If this was his true nature, what made him become such a ruthless Demon King? So, Lian asked the Demon King, if he really was the Demon King, what was his greatest wish? The Demon King gave a kind smile, saying he had no particular desire, just wishing his subjects could live happily. But then he added darkly, "If anyone dared to destroy that, he'd kill them all. It's my duty as Demon King." Feeling the terrifying aura, Lian's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the Demon King. Lian recognized him from his past life as that terrifying monster, Viserion. Whatever had sealed him seemed broken now. Something must have unlocked his bonds. With that in mind, Lian decided to prevent the incident and asked the Demon King for a deal. Because soon, there'd be an event threatening his subjects. Though unsure exactly what, he knew this incident would trigger a war between humans and demons. Hearing this, the Demon King thought it was nonsense. "You think I'd just raid territory?" Lian said that was true, which is why he wanted to negotiate. "Promise me, no matter what, you won't start a war." The Demon King crossed his arms, saying, "Setting aside whether this is true, even if it was, what would I gain by promising you that?" Lian said he could help him. "Whatever happens, I'll do everything I can to help." At this, the Demon King leaned close to Lian's face, studying him. "What do you really know? Tell me your name." Lian raised his head and said, Lian Beltre, the Demon King, agreed to the deal with Lian and promised that no matter what happened, he wouldn't invade the human world. But he also said Lian had to take responsibility for this promise. After all, a deal is a deal. Lian took this seriously and responded accordingly. So until we meet again, young one. Scene change. The knights found Lian by the river at the border. This gave him safe passage back to the empire. And since then, Lian earned a new title, the boy who survived the dragon's mouth. When Lian woke up again, the scene before him left him stunned. Jelen sat by his bed, cheeks flushed. Still, she mustered the courage to repeat what she just said. Would you become my person? At these words, Lian was speechless. What was this girl saying? She was the Empire's 5th princess, yet she was willing to humble herself to recruit a boy just because he showed extraordinary talent. Not only saving her from high-level magical beasts, but also surviving a terrifying dragon encounter. But when Halim tried to recruit him, Lian refused without hesitation. Panic instantly washed over Halim's face. And that's when she understood why, trembling and crying uncontrollably. She was nothing more than an incompetent princess. Seeing this, Lian felt annoyed and irritated. Though he was well aware of Halim's incompetence, what annoyed him most was her terrible attitude. So, he pretended to say that's just how things are, but warned her not to be too disappointed. Jolene clenched her small hands. Suddenly, they were back at Princess Sundar's mansion. He exhaled. I get what you mean. Once I get strong enough, you'll notice me. Just wait, someday I'll be so powerful you won't be able to ignore me. Yejin's confident and optimistic look made Lian sweat. You really act like a kid. Good luck, I'm looking forward to that day. Just as Yalin was about to leave, she stopped and smiled sweetly. Oh, one more thing. Anyway, thanks for saving me. Scene changes to a small forest behind the camp. A man glanced around nervously. Then he pulled out a magic cube glowing with an ethereal light. Staring at it excitedly, he said, Not much left now. Suddenly a voice spoke behind him. So it was you? Senard Crimson. As the words fell, Senard's body froze as if bound by invisible chains. Leon appeared behind him, his eyes fixed on the cube in Senard's hand. Recognizing it instantly, it was a divine artifact infused with magic that held a space to store infinite objects. A masterpiece by Master Gam of the Magic Association. Leon had been watching for a whole year as someone smuggled inside the Empire. Looks like that someone was you, Senard Crimson. Accusing Senard, who looked terrified, Leon said, You're Leon Buter. Why are you here? Leon flipped the cube, dumping its contents onto the ground, important materials from magical beast corpses. He asked if Senard had spies helping at the border. Nervous, Senard yelled he knew nothing. Leon told him not to play dumb, since his smuggled beast blood had appeared on the black market, and the bloodhound blood Leon had gotten earlier, through Lilith, also came from there. So Leon wondered who the spy could be. Meanwhile, Senard noticed his body could move again and quietly gathered magic in his hand, suddenly raising it to launch a surprise attack on Leon. In an instant, flames engulfed him. At that moment, Senard finally breathed a sigh of relief, about to lose the precious cube. But the next second, a flash of sword appeared before him, severing his hand from his body. A strange black mist floated around. Leon's figure emerged from the darkness. Then Leon grabbed his throat. A terrible demonic energy erupted inside him. Tell me your choice. Either you tell me everything you know and die painlessly, or endure tortures that'll make even gods pray for you. Scene changed to a border trading post in the western region. Two men happily inspected a batch of smuggled goods. When they opened the crate, fear filled their faces because inside was Senar's head. While Leon watched their terrified reactions from afar, Kijen asked if he wasn't going to deal with those guys. Leon said warning them was enough. Senars had been smuggling on the front lines, sending all his goods to the Magic Association. This place gathered all magicians obsessed with magic, studying its origins and the art of creating new magic. They were a group pushing past the limits of human nature. Currently, they were crafting useful items like that cube. But in the future, they would use beast blood for even crazier things. So Lian had to start stopping them now. Kalin said, You're switching from killer to problem solver. I thought you only cared about yourself. Praising this, Lian's eyes lowered as he quietly said, "I just don't want anyone using beast blood ever again." Scene changed to a residence in the Empire. Egil looked at the letter in his hand, muttering to himself, "So my little brother Lian went to the front with Dad." The woman behind him smiled seductively. "He's your half-brother." Egil gave a cold, demonic smile. "This guy really annoys me. Looks like I'll have to go see him." After their mission on the front lines, Lian and Aliyah prepared to return home and head to the academy. Just thinking about leaving this terrifying place, she cheered excitedly, looking forward to her next journey. "I've heard there are lots of good-looking teachers there. So exciting." But Lian couldn't feel happy at all, because for him, the academy was the start of hell. It wasn't just the beauty Aliyah expected, but also a place full of politics and conspiracies. Scene change. Lian returned home from the front. As soon as he arrived, he faced a familiar face. It was Krons, who had been miserably defeated in their previous duel. Now the croons trembled in fear at seeing Lian. Before Lian could speak, Krons turned and fled quickly. Kalen asked who he was. Lian waved him off. "That's my half-brother. Ignore him." Moments later, Lian entered the castle, and the servants bowed respectfully in greeting. Lian was caught off guard. These people hadn't shown him respect before, barely looking at him. But after a year of hard work, he felt this was his moment. As he reached to open the door, he froze, chilled by a familiar, hateful presence. Behind that door stood his nemesis, his half-brother, Egil Velte. How long had it been since Lian had seen him? This scene stirred deep memories and hatred within him. Lian froze, staring at him intently. Hatred, anger, and the will to kill slowly took over his mind. He could no longer keep his composure. Without thinking, he drew his demon sword, dead set on killing him. At that moment, Kaylin suddenly stopped Lian's actions. She told him that if he wanted to live, he needed to come to his senses. Now was not the time to act. Hearing this, Lian's brows furrowed, his gaze sharpened. In the end, he suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes and bowed before Agil, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Brother." Seeing Lian's behavior, Egil reached out and gently stroked his head. "I thought you wouldn't recognize me. I've heard your sword skills have improved. Looks like you'll soon be able to help. I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield." Hearing this, Lian's eyes turned cold, emotionless. "Indeed, I'm looking forward to that day." Lian's strange behavior made Egil a bit uneasy. He told Lian he was pleased with his performance on the front lines and that he had come specifically to see him today. Lian scoffed, knowing that guy well. If he was useless, he wouldn't even glance his way. But after learning why Egil came, Lian felt increasingly at ease. Meanwhile, Elliot returned to the room grumbling, carrying 2 large boxes. "The young master doesn't travel light. Could you lend a hand? I'm working myself to death here." Then he pushed the door open in frustration, ready to complain. Seeing Egil leave, he froze in shock. Egil smiled softly at this. "I've heard Lian is a close friend of yours." "Seems to be true." Back to reality, Elliot hurriedly bowed over and over in panic. "Safe travels, young master." Then he said to Lian, "You scared me nearly to death, young lord. Why didn't you tell me the elder master was here?" Lian replied gloomily, "Ilya, could you leave me alone for a bit?" Ilya asked what was wrong, but Lian just gave him a cold look. "I don't want to say it twice." Later, Lian was vomiting in the bathroom, the intense emotional turmoil making him nauseous. Then he asked Kalen why he had stopped him earlier. This was a prime chance to take control of his body. Kalen burst out laughing. "Shouldn't you be thanking me? Besides, I just want your anger to burn hotter, so you'll be even more delicious when I consume you." Hearing this, Lian chuckled darkly. "Yeah, this is more like you." Meanwhile, in the Eccles Hall, a subordinate reported they had located the second young woman. She was now in the northern White Elves territory. Ego's face showed an intrigued smile. The White Elves were known for hating outsiders, yet she managed to establish relations with them. "Seems she's quite the socializer. Let me know when she returns." The man nodded at once, but seeing Egos' expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Did something good happen? You seem more excited than usual." "It was a meeting with the young master." "Interesting." Ahil suddenly laughed. "Interesting. I guess you could say that, but your guess is wrong. I'm not happy with anything right now." In an instant, a chilling aura surrounded the man, scaring him into a hasty apology. Meanwhile, Agil recalled the look Liande gave earlier. That look, like someone staring at a lifelong nemesis. Had he seen it wrong? It unnerved him for no clear reason. Agil arranged for some men to watch over Lian, then gazed off into the distance, lost in thought. "Lian, what exactly are you hiding?" On the other hand, today was the day Lian would leave for the academy. But Aliyah was quite upset because the academy didn't allow maids to accompany students. Her daydreams were shattered. Lian said the academy only allowed guardian knights and there was nothing to be done. "Just don't cause any trouble after I'm gone." Aliyah let out a slight sigh. "Thank you, young master. You should worry more about yourself, young master." Then Lian set off. Under Aliyah's watchful eyes, she shouted her farewell. "Young master, please return safely." Aliyah's loud cry stirred old memories for Lian. When he was 8 and very sick with a fever, no one cared for him but Aliyah, who braved heavy rain to take him to the camp infirmary. Without her, Lian would have been a corpse somewhere in the mansion, both then and now. Aliyah was not just a maid to Lian, but someone very important. What struck Lian as suspicious was that such a simple escort mission had 6 high-ranking knights assigned. A thought crossed his mind, and he already saw through the mystery. It seemed there would be a big showdown before entering the academy. As they traveled, the sun was setting. The knights woke Lian in the carriage, saying they were near the central city of Saveron and would arrive tomorrow morning. They dressed here overnight, and Lian agreed to let them prepare. However, he had already realized this guy was lying because there were no forests like this near Saveron, nor suitable shade areas. So why camp in such a wild, remote spot? His intentions were obvious. Then Lian got out of the carriage while the knights began to surround him. Lian's eyes turned cold as he spoke calmly. "Tell me who ordered this." The lead knight sneered as he drew his sword. "The dead don't need to know much. Sorry it's come to this. It's nothing personal. Close your eyes and this will end peacefully." After speaking, he swung his sword at Lian. Unexpectedly, Lian easily dodged the strike. In the next instant, as the blade flashed, a head flew through the air. Then it landed with a dull thud. It was the knight who had just attacked Lian. Seeing this, the other knights' expressions shifted dramatically. Terror gripped their hearts because the aura Lian now radiated was like a demon from hell, chilling them to the bone. What's wrong? Scared stiff? They hadn't expected things to turn out differently from their plan. Then, someone snapped back to reality and lunged at Lian for a sneak attack. But it was useless. With Lian's skill, the man was immediately decapitated. One by one, the other knights fell under his sword, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. One night, he turned to flee. But Lian casually threw his magic sword, slicing away any hope of escape. In the end, only one knight remained at the scene. He was terrified by what he witnessed. Could an 11-year-old really possess such overwhelming combat power? It was clear surviving the dragon's clutches wasn't just a rumor. This mission was doomed from the start. When Lian fixed his cold gaze on him, the man felt death closing in and collapsed weakly to the ground. Lian approached him. Step by step, he asked ominously, "Now, Lian, are you willing to tell me who's behind this?" The man, paralyzed with fear, answered without hesitation. It was Duchess Marie who ordered it. Seeing his reaction, Lian was momentarily speechless. This guy answered so fast. Lian had no idea how deeply traumatized he was by his appearance as the god of death. The next day, Lian continued his journey to the academy. That night, he learned Kranz had made a request to his mother, possibly connected to his mission. "Looks like I'll have to give that Kranz a good beating next time we meet." Since they needed someone to drive the carriage, Lian didn't kill him last night. Besides, the guy looked too weak to be worth it. Shortly after, Lian arrived in the Academy City, Saveron's central hub. Upon arrival at the Royal Academy, he showed his ID badge, which stunned the receptionist. She quickly helped him finish enrollment and handed over the key to a noble room and some letters. Seeing the key, Lian was puzzled. He double-checked with the woman to make sure there was no mistake. A moment later, Lian arrived at his residence. The room was luxurious and noble. No one in his family had ever been assigned such accommodations. It seemed someone had arranged it in advance. Lian asked if the knight had taken care of all the luggage. Yes, all the luggage you brought has been handled. After hearing this, Lian placed his hand on his chest. Since we've arrived at the academy and all the luggage is settled, my mission ends here. Seeing this, the knight instantly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted, "Wait." But Lian just tossed him a pouch of gold coins. The knight didn't understand. Lian said, "If you don't want to die, don't go back to the family. Whatever you do from now on, this is enough money to start with." Hearing this, the knight fell silent. Then suddenly he knelt before Lian, swearing aloud, "I swear to serve and protect you for life, noble young Master Lian." Lian sighed helplessly. "You've caused quite a problem." The knight said his father once told him that if he found a lord worthy of lifelong loyalty, Leon must never doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon immediately showed deadly intent. "What if you betray me later?" Seeing this, Fly grew nervous and started to sweat, but Leon's hand was already gently resting on his shoulder. "I hope you don't betray me, or else I guarantee you'll regret it." Meanwhile, at the Belt family, Maria had already received news of Leon's safe arrival at the academy, and of the knights she sent to kill him. Except one who vanished. The rest were all dead. Maria was furious. "Didn't you say it would be foolproof? You couldn't even take out a 10-year-old kid." The subordinate panicked, saying there must be an expert with him, and begged for another chance. "We can send people to the academy." However, Maria cut him off. What worried her most was her son, Kranz. Just thinking about Leon's cold threat terrified her, so Maria ordered her subordinate to stop any further actions. This incident must remain secret. Everyone involved must be dealt with. Unbeknownst to them, a figure by the door was already eavesdropping. On the day of the enrollment attribute test, the director reviewed the results before him with satisfaction. Among this year's students, many were exceptional talents. Jolene scored 25% light attribute, 2-star magic level, and physical B level. There was also a man named Cess, who scored 71% sand attribute, 3-star magic and physical level 1. But what surprised him most was Leon. His dark attribute was 90 Puvite magic level 1 star, physical strength S at first level existence. Even his sister Lilith, hailed as the divine child, only had 88% water attribute at graduation. The so-called geniuses of the academy seemed dull compared to Leon. Yet everyone lamented his dark attribute, as it could cause one to die before their potential was fully realized. What concerned the director most was that Leon had a royal hall stay booked, and it was in the emperor's name. Hearing this, Silis's pupil suddenly shuddered. The director told her that Leon had saved Princess Yalin on the front lines, and now the emperor was considering marriage. Silis was speechless at this bombshell. The fifth princess excluded from the power struggle, joining forces with the talented Belte family. The battle for succession would escalate, possibly splitting the entire empire. The director comforted Silis, telling her not to overthink it. For now, all they could do was wait and see. Whether this boy would become the empire's disaster or hero was yet to be seen. On the other hand, Lian thought, his previous life's value was 80% and now it had reached 92%. It must be because he drank the monster's blood. Lost in thought, a figure appeared before him. Actually, Kranz was the one scared like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Lian. The chubby boy behind Kranz asked, "Is he the one who treated you like a slave?" After Kranz confirmed, he mockingly spoke to Lian. "I've heard you don't even know who your mother is." This guy named Buffy often bullied Lian, along with Kranz, back in their past lives. When Lian met his enemy again, he laughed coldly inside. That bastard showed up just in time as Bowsy fearlessly tried to defend Kranz, aggressively moving toward Leon. Kranz felt uneasy, wanting to stop him. The next second, Leon fiercely kicked Buffy to the ground. He stared coldly at Kranz. One wrong move and he'd break out in a cold sweat. Leon whispered sinisterously into Kranz's ear, "I don't care about the tricks you pull behind my back, but if I find out, you might not graduate with all your limbs intact." Leon's casual words nearly made Kranz's soul leave his body. Kranz collapsed helplessly to his knees as Leon walked away with a mischievous smile, thinking life at the academy was about to get pretty interesting. The scene shifts. On a certain floor of the academy library, Celica was still pondering the director's words about whether Lian would become a disaster or a hero. She needed to focus more, but just as she was about to grab the book she wanted, she realized it was gone. At that moment, Lian's voice came from the middle of the room beside her. "Looking for this book?" Celica's expression suddenly changed. She hadn't noticed Lian's presence but quickly recovered, smiling and asking how he got in, since this wasn't a place just anyone could enter. "Lian, could you give it back? It's essential for my research." Lian smiled lightly and, of course, handed the materials back to Celica. But the next moment, a wave of dark aura spread. Yet Lian seemed to expect it, smirking. "Isn't this what you wanted, Professor Celis? Or should I say Master Celis of the Black Mist Organization?" Celis's hands glowed with dark energy as she demanded, "Who exactly are you?" In his past life, Lian's first impression of Professor Celis was that she was quite ordinary. She always started conversations under the guise of caring about him. Back then, Jan suffered constant abuse from family members and desperately wanted to grow stronger. It was Celis who gave him hope. The dark attribute others saw as useless, she described as full of potential. Because of that, Lian's heart softened at her care. But it was all an illusion, a trap. The Royal Academy professor identity was just a disguise. Her true identity was actually that of an assassin, and at that moment, Lian asked Celis a question. "When you started your purification work?" Celis stayed silent, then suddenly exploded with a murderous intent. "What are you talking about? I don't get it." Seeing Celis still playing dumb, Lian clarified, "Of course, I mean your assassination operations." Hearing this, the murderous look in Celis's eyes grew stronger. "If you take back what you just said, I can pretend I never heard it." But Lian showed no fear. "Are you threatening a student?" Immediately after, Celis kicked the table in front of her towards Lian. Lian split the table in half with a single punch. In that moment, Celis appeared behind Lian, holding dual swords ready to strike a stealth attack. Lian said, "I believe I've been honest about my true identity. Are you sure you still want to do this?" But his words didn't stop Celis. "Even if you are the true Black Mist, I won't allow any unknown Black Mist to exist before the Hall Master." Seeing this, Lian had no choice. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his magic sword and countered with a strike that pushed Celica back. "Since you don't believe me, I'll just have to prove it," he said, launching a fierce attack. At that moment, Celica's expression changed drastically. She recognized the weapon in Lian's hand. It was the dark magic sword Kalim, only wieldable by Alais Chosen. Lian raised his sword calmly and asked, "Now, can you finally accept who I am? You're looking for the successor of the Black Mist, right? Then please take me to Alais. The successor you seek is here." Her words shook her to the core. It was truly Alais' dark god successor. To confirm, Celica led Lian to a warehouse, saying it was the path to the altar, and he must proceed alone from there. Lian felt the place was different, the air thick with the pervasive dark energy. Suddenly, he detected enemy traces and swiftly deflected a thrown dagger. Then he focused on the attacker. Though expected, the scene was intense. In an instant, the assassin's attack struck. Lian's magic sword swung swiftly, deflecting the dagger away. The assassin was shocked. Lian had blocked the short blade so fast. Moments later, several enemies activated the secret shadow technique, dead angle formation, attacking Lian in a pincer move. Seeing this, Lian's eyes glowed red. A surge of bloody shadow energy erupted from within him. Instantly, the assassin's veins bulged as he showed signs of pain. The powerful suffocation paralyzed his body. Then he collapsed, fainting. It was the deadly aura wave from the shadow secret techniques that materialized and unleashed the killer's intent through innate assassin skills. But what Lian hadn't expected was for anyone to still stand. Could this be an elite executive level fighter? Thinking this, Lian couldn't afford to let his guard down. He held his magic sword, preparing to unleash a secret shadow sword technique. But the next second, the assassin charged forward at extreme speed. Caught off guard, Lian barely interrupted his shadow sword strike. Who exactly was this person? Meanwhile, the assassin's mask fell off. How about my ultimate move? Leon Belte. Seeing who it was, Leon's mouth tensed. It was Celica. She was now fired up and couldn't hold back. Quick, show me your true power. As soon as she finished speaking, Leon launched into martial arts, dark styles. Chaos Strike. To push back Celica grew increasingly curious about Lian. You wield dark martial arts and shadow swords with such skill. You're more intriguing every time. Suddenly, before she could finish, Lian spun around and took off running. The reason? She sensed Celica's battle lust, desperate to fight. Fighting someone like that means no stopping until death. Celica chased Lian. Come fight me. You're not really yearning for this. Then she launched a dark sword technique, Storm Wave. After blocking it, Lian felt somewhat vulnerable. She really didn't want to fight such a madwoman. Celica told her not to worry. This was the divine space created by Al. Their presence couldn't be detected outside, so she could fight freely without worry. Hearing this, Lian stopped preparing to flee, knowing she could freely use her skills. Now, even though there was a chance to kill the Hall Master, it couldn't be helped, but then suddenly Lian's body froze. Then she fainted. After falling, the magic sword in her hand gradually took shape. I knew this would happen, she thought. You should rest a bit. To Celica's astonishment, Kaylin appeared in human form, proudly asking, You know who I am, right? Hearing this, Celica immediately knelt respectfully. Yes, Lady Kaylin, she said. Kaylin angrily scorned. A handful of self-proclaimed beer worshippers dared to harm my master. Celica explained her duty as Hallmaster to confirm if Lian was the successor, but Kaylin was not satisfied. Couldn't you just call your god directly to confirm? Since you haven't, should I take it as a challenge? However, Celica told her to drop those words for now and focus on the successor first. Kaylin was puzzled. Kylie turned and saw Leon had already lost a huge pool of blood. How did it come to this? Celica knew the reason Kylie's manifestation needed to absorb the host's life force to sustain itself. It was a very inefficient method. Kylie lifted Leon up, exasperated, saying, You start coughing up blood at this point? All that monster blood you absorbed went to waste. At that moment, Celica spoke up again. However, as the Black Mist Hallmaster, I won't back down from any challenge. And if my opponent is you, I'm even more eager to accept. Celica's manic gaze returned. Her behavior gave Leon chills. What's wrong with this weirdo? By then, Leon had regained consciousness and weakly asked Leon why she'd suddenly manifested. Leon smiled fiercely. Hide behind me and let me crush this hateful one. Hearing this, Celica's excitement grew even more. This really is my honor. But right then, an authoritative voice stopped their fight. Enough! Take the successor to the altar. After speaking, a portal appeared in the air, and the voice belonged to Eyal. Seeing this, Leon felt both nervous and excited. Finally, we meet the Dark God Al. In people's minds, the Dark God is utterly evil, mercilessly taking lives. Given that public view, defending him seems reckless. He once said that was the path chosen by the masses, and no one has the right to judge what's right or wrong for them. But those who use death to defend their beliefs have paid the price. Anyone hearing this logic would call it madness, but I know the name of this god. Are you okay? It just wants to protect the weak. It's as simple as that. As I climb the stairs, the figure on that throne appears before my eyes. No one knows him better than I do, but it's the first time he sees me. How do you prove you're the heir? I think you've already felt the dark mist energy inside me. There are two ways to become the heir, and the Dark God personally grants the mist core. The other, the mist body finds a qualified successor. The moment the mist core vanished from the altar last year, Eyal already sensed an heir emerging, so his question now is just to gauge my reaction. His tone grows darker, but what surprises me most is, did you really find Eileen here? Not even I can track her whereabouts. Seems like you get along with her. Hearing this, Kaylin stays silent, though discontent lingers in his eyes. Ale goes on. If you consider your eyes shine with a light far beyond your age, I think you must be a reborn from a timeline that isn't mine. It doesn't belong to him. Could my rebirth have nothing to do with him? Then, who caused my rebirth? If you think I'm an all-powerful god, you're mistaken. My divine rights have been stripped long ago. He's right. I can tell by the state of his divine miracles. I shouldn't have expected answers about my rebirth here. But still, this is a good thing. An event. The perfect successor has appeared before me. The work I must do has suddenly lessened. No, I should say I can't do anything at all. Kaylin and I break into a cold sweat. This is the beer of my memories. Still so lazy and carefree, but in the next second, her expression suddenly turns serious. And she's brought something annoying with her. Getting the demon sword wasn't enough for you. You still crave the favor of the sacred swords. I slowly curl my lips. I don't want to harm the sacred sword right now. I'm just curious if it would become useless if no one in the world knew it existed. Though my mischievous nature leaves him speechless, he still chooses to follow the agreed rules. So, as your absolute master, my dear heir, what will you do with these powers? In my past life, they asked me the same, and I answered, I'll live for my brother. What a foolish answer that was, and they didn't care for it. Eyal barely warned me, saying, be careful, there's nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Maybe by then, he already saw my tragic end. In my past life, my father always taught me that serving Egole meant serving family. So in my simplicity, I took this creed as my guiding principle. But now that I've come this far seeking revenge on Eyal, this goal is no longer out of reach. Yet I want nothing for myself. I have no grand plans like achieving greatness or dedicating myself to sacred, steadfast beliefs. But in this life, I want things to be different. I face Ale head-on. I crave his power purely for myself, just for my own gain. Ale says good and evil are your own choice, but can you live without regret? You'd better watch your answer, because I could kill you based on it. Eyal never lies. But right now, I don't care about the consequences of my actions. I don't listen to anyone anymore, only my own heart. This is the path I choose. Hearing this, he falls into a brief contemplation. Seems like you already have a plan. Can't you share it with me? I shake my head. Well, that's fine too, as long as you keep my name safe. I have no more questions. After all, you're pretty boring, but now I need to talk with my daughter. Hearing this, Al falls silent, looking scared. The next second, he's biting his nails, fidgeting with his hands. You've been way too quiet from the start. Do you like your master that much? Kaylin immediately denies it. I'm so glad to see you like this. Has my 100-year-old daughter finally grown up? He pouts and moves in to kiss her. Kaylin struggles to push him away. Get off me! You're too soft. Master, save me! Hearing this, I immediately turn my head. I can't stop their oddly close father-daughter bond. Anyway, just as Kaylin and the lips are about to meet, countless magical arrays light up. In the blink of an eye, Kaylin truly reveals his real form. He has a body. I checked my life force, but it hasn't diminished. Did Eyal use his own strength? Kaylin, having just gained a body, immediately grabs his father. Furious. What have you done to me? I made you a body. Better to have a body to compete for your master's affection. Kaylin immediately bursts into anger, furiously responding. I can only watch all this in silence. This father-son bond is seriously something else. The next day, the scene shifts to the academy dorm. The guard effect cautiously asks how to handle the current situation. I want to cry, but there are no tears. I don't know. Maybe let it be? But no matter how you look at it, this isn't something you can just let slide. Kaylin and Silica, once the Dark God's daughter, the other the most capable subordinate and academy instructor. Coming to see your student in the dorm this early, don't you think people will start gossiping about you? That's unavoidable. A teacher guides students down the right path. It's a normal teacher-student bond. One teases, the other responds. Shouldn't the assassin master be more cautious? He only needs my help. He's my student. What I do isn't your concern. Mind your own business. Tension rises. I slip to the door saying, I'm going for a walk. Young master, please don't leave me here. Flo reacts too slowly. The fight turns physical. 10 minutes later, I arrive at the academy tower. Finally escaping that terrifying battlefield. But the next second, the smell of blood hits my nose. A young redhead stumbles heavily toward a pile of rubble, coughing up blood. 3 slightly older noble sons trap him in an alley. Should we use this? Ha ha ha, let's start now. A strange red orb appears in his palm. Look here, your friend brought you a little snack. Enjoy it. Alright, stop being so cruel to your classmate. True. Ashamed as nobles. The scar-faced young man pauses. I'm Barrett Lewis, eldest son of the Duke from the Kingdom of Gaza. And who are you? Jaylin also stands firm. I'm Princess Jaylin of the Empire, of even higher rank. Princess Jaylin thinks she just saved some average kid. But I know he'll become the strongest sword saint on the continent. He's Lexi, my rival from a past life. Without any magic power, he battled me to a stalemate using only his sword. Seems I found a turning point in his destiny. Barrett, the Duke's soul is the reason she can't cultivate magic. He forced Alexia to swallow a magic orb, causing permanent damage to her magic structure. I don't know if it was ignorance or cruelty. While Jaylin tries to stop the violence by invoking her princess status, Barrett sneers, mocking her for being just the 5th princess. The Empire's authority is fading, as is Duke Luas's heir. Barrett dares to provoke the Emperor's illegitimate 5th princess. Jaylin rejects his handshake, but he keeps insisting on interfering. Barrett is still arrogant. I think there's a misunderstanding here between this redhead and me. They're just jokes between classmates. I'm not bullying him. Lexi grudgingly agrees with Barrett, but her forced expression is obvious to anyone. Yejin can't just stand by, no matter what. I'm taking her away. Just as he grabs Lexi's arm, Barrett roughly blocks him. I'm getting a little impatient. Didn't you hear Lexi say to leave, even if you are the Empire's 5th princess? What does it matter? You're just a weak girl, suddenly. A strong wind blows and her body falls straight to the ground. I don't pay attention to Barrett, whom I knock down with a move. My eyes stay fixed on the redhead Lexi in front of me. She's really the Lexi I remember. The so-called strongest swordsman on the continent who now can't even defend himself. In my past life, after graduating, he joined the Klein family in the Kingdom of Gaza, even changing nationality. The Empire ordered me to kill him. When I infiltrated Klein Castle, I didn't choose to kill him but gave him the chance to duel. Because even without magic, he became the continent's strongest sword saint through sheer talent and will. His sword skills had reached their peak. That determination alone earned my respect. I must say that fight was a true battle between equals. It was also one of the few intense fights in my life. Heroes recognizing heroes. Only a few opponents have left such a deep mark on me. But now she's so weak, suffering from bullying. I'm really upset. Barrett gets up from the ground, but that's not enough for him to get the lesson. He keeps spouting nonsense. I heard you just came back from the front. Want to join our little game too? Little game. My eyes turn cold. At the Royal Academy, where talent is everything, they take pleasure in crushing others' potential. Since you enjoy making people swallow magic orbs so much, well then, I'll send one right back at you. What's this? I've never seen this kind of magic bullet before. Now open your mouth and enjoy it. Well, after handling everything, I carefully tend to Lexi's external wounds and remind her to get plenty of rest. But why does she look so proud when she takes credit for it in my name? She even calls herself my person. Again, I didn't expect Lexi's injuries to be worse than they seemed. Her resilience is truly remarkable, as if she felt me watching. Lexi asks if I knew her before. I reply helplessly. Thought I knew you well, but seems like I didn't, though my words carry other meanings. She keeps picking up on my disappointment. Julien quickly changes the subject. Where's your dorm? I'll take you. I live in the pre-beauties hall. Aren't you from a noble family? Lexi lowers her head again. I was specially recruited by Professor Wilton. He promised to sponsor my studies but was suddenly dismissed. Now I interrupt. You have no backing now. So the next step is to leave the academy, right? She nods before either of us can react. Here's a suggestion, Helene. Why not recruit her? She's qualified to be your sword instructor. Both of them are stunned. Jaylin says, but she's a boy. No, I calmly reply. She's a girl. Jaylin is completely shocked. Sorry, princess, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just easier to dress as a boy. Many misunderstand that. Getting Lexi's confirmation, Jaylin feels even sadder. I'm the only one who didn't realize, but she quickly hides her feelings and accepts my offer. Would you like to become my person? Those who harass you won't dare do it again, and you'll be free to pursue any career you want. Lexi loudly thanks me and vows to make me proud. But when they look from my spot, they see I've already left. Jaylin's decision wasn't just about Lexi's potential, but her kindness. This time her kindness won't be betrayed. This incident finally shows why Jaylin became the man he is.
Being the cause of Lexia's betrayal of the Empire. In my past life, a holy swordswoman who hadn't lost her magical power, her strength will surely be even greater in the future. I fear I'd struggle against her too, but right now, my focus lies elsewhere. When escaping the dorm this morning, Silly gave me a list. This is my first assassination mission in this life, in the name of purification. How thrilling. I didn't expect my first kill since joining Mi Sombra to be so tough. Is it her recognition of me this life that makes me feel honored? Or was I really that weak before? To her, this purge target is among the top 3 wealthiest on the African continent. Secretly, he runs a human trafficking ring. So this mission fits me perfectly. But what I didn't expect was to get a dragon egg from him. Public impression is that Sigmund's a generous, wealthy philanthropist, but beneath that fake title, he runs the Empire's biggest slave black market. Rumors even say he experiments with inhuman species hybridization. Killing him isn't the hard part, finding him is. The Lost Shadow organization spent years just tracking this faint trace of him, so this mission has only one shot. If he slips away, we might never find him again. While studying intelligence, a tall figure blocks my view. He calls me out by name. Clearly, he came prepared. Didn't expect a demon beast like him in the academy. Magic level 1, Class S star level physicals. Youngest son of the Belt family. The boy who survived the magic dragon. The muscular man in front of me is Sachahagan. He seems so familiar, but why does his name ring a bell? His attribute is sand. A genius warrior among the academy's new students. You're telling me he's only 11 years old? With that height, keep going, not even my physical abilities have reached Class S, so let's fight. That way, everyone can clearly see who's stronger. Finally, I remember, the symbol on his shoulder is the emblem of Sparta's royal family. So, the rumor about the sand marks giving rights to the academy was true. Sparta is a military power in the African desert. Even when the Empire tried to conquer it, they failed. But that mighty kingdom turned to ruins years later because its only heir died suddenly. The cause was diagnosed as heart failure from overtraining. I didn't expect to meet him here. He's the only student so focused on physical strength. No wonder he actively challenged me. He wants to compete for the title of the strongest body, but right now, I have bigger things to do, and I don't want to waste time here. Actually, there's a rumor going around about the Sand Prince. Thinking that through, I flat out reject his duel invitation and tell him dueling is strictly forbidden in the academy. If he wants to fight me, he better go find the director and get formal approval immediately. He anxiously asks where the director's office is. I point casually towards the 3rd floor. He bolts out right away. I'll fix this right away, so don't leave just yet. Watching him disappear, I realize the rumor about his head being all muscle is true. I still don't know how the director will react since I lied to get him to leave. Meanwhile, deep in an outer city dungeon, Sigmund orders his guards to heighten security. The shipment is priceless. His status could soar once the deal closes. I draw my demon sword silently, but Kaelin warns of a strange energy nearby. I release dark mist energy to cover the surroundings. The night is my best cover. With a keen sense of darkness, these guards hired by Sigmund with high wages all end up decapitated. By the time he notices, only one guard remains nearby. He draws his sword and looks around nervously but only catches a shadow. Just a brief confrontation. His sword falls. His knees give way. The next second, I mercilessly slit his throat. Sigmund screams in panic. Guards, where did they all go? I turn coldly. You'll find out soon, because I'm sending you straight to hell to meet them. He really hired many with big sums, but his money was wasted. Sigmund screams again, I can give you anything you want, I'm the richest man alive. But my answer is just another cold flash of my sword as I slowly recite his crimes. Sigmanava was into illegal trafficking and conducted cruel human experiments and racial breeding. His death is deserved, but I'll give you a minute to repent your sins before you die painlessly. Sigmund still refuses to surrender, stubborn to the end. I only sell slaves because there are buyers. The buyers are the real villains here. What right do you have to judge me? I accept my guilt. I expected someone who clawed his way to become the villain Ashriko wouldn't break so easily. From the start, I knew he'd never regret his actions. Now the minute has passed. Wait, he pleads frantically, but I ignore him completely. Lady's sword, 9th style, thin blade, shining like delicate scales, ending his hypocritical life. This death isn't peaceful, it's the goal of the purification project. Leaving a dark mist behind is also a warning. But before I leave, I should take a look. Following Kalen's guidance, I open the prison cell. A woman holding a huge pink egg appears before me. She's clearly dead. He gestures for me to check out the giant egg. It's a dragon egg, but strangely, it has 2 different types of energy mixed inside. I take the dragon egg back to the dorm. Fly asks anxiously where I got it. I picked it up along the way. She wonders how anyone could just find something like that on the road, believe it or not. This is what I picked up while walking. The deal Sigmund was making behind the scenes was actually for a dragon egg. But Fly asks oddly, what if it suddenly hatches? I say that's impossible. Dragon eggs hatch under tough conditions. Even with constant elemental energy injections, they might not hatch. So a dragon egg far from its mother is basically just a fancy rock. But then, in the next second, a sudden change makes both of us widen our eyes. The shell cracked open. Is it really going to hatch? Yes, it actually did. The little dragon called me Dad as soon as she broke free, but I just want to send her away. I've never been a father before, plus I grew up in such a distant family. I don't believe I'm cut out to be a good dad, so right now, I feel helpless and lost. Even Ellen can't help but burst out laughing. Dad, ha ha ha. Congrats on becoming an 11-year-old dad. Even if others make fun of me, I'm not going to be mocked by Kylan. Keelan, did you forget that you told me to take this dragon egg? And you promised you'd never seen a dragon egg hatch since you lost the dragon mother. Now you're laughing even harder. Didn't you say it would never hatch? That's why I never expected this to happen. Forget it, it's done. No use blaming myself now. But considering her mixed blood status, she'd never be accepted by the Empire's humans who worship the god of light, and with half-dragon blood flowing in her. She'd surely be hunted down by all dragonkind as a disgrace, a human-dragon hybrid. So that woman was desperately protecting her daughter, but this little one's destined to face the world's cruelty from birth. Thinking of that tragic fate, it seems kinder to end her now. With that thought, I reach for her neck. Kaylin sees my intention. Is this her choice? Well, I guess it's better for her too. If her life is doomed to pain, it's kinder to end it here. But my hand, always cold and steady, can't stop shaking. Why am I hesitating? The dragon girl suddenly wakes up and rushes to me, full of affection. Dad, I love you. She's defenseless against me, and her body is burning hot. I lift her up, staring at that pure smile. What is this feeling in my heart? Her smile is so comforting. I believe we can overcome any challenge. Let's get up, Kaylin. Kaylin looks at me, confused. She probably thinks I want to raise her as a servant. Meanwhile, over at the Duke's mansion, even though Maria called off the assassination attempt on me, she's still restless, especially since her own son could face revenge at the academy any day now. She's on edge. Suddenly, an intrusion breaks her train of thought. Mother, you seem worried. Can I help? I'm happy to take care of things for you. Maria thanks me nervously but still finds an excuse to run off. Now, only Ahil and his close assistant remain. Kaylin, 6 knights' bodies have been found in the mountains. All were killed by the young master. We estimate the last knight followed the young master to the academy. As you predicted, Lady Maria is behind these murders. One more thing, the young master is set to live in the royal hall. The informant vanished afterward. Aguila pushes for a response. I already know this, so you haven't uncovered anything about my brother. That's it then. The guard's scared. he knows Angel's personality too well. Angel never quits and won't tolerate his subordinates slacking off. Only when deeply disappointed would he cut tasks and assign new ones. He reached this position through countless struggles. He can't fail. Please give me another shot. I'll investigate the academy myself. I won't let you down. Angel stays calm. I know how tough you usually are. Work hard. Fine. Then go quickly. Find out what my brother's really hiding. Meanwhile, while Kalen and I clumsily fed the little dragon, Silly rushed to the dorm. He saw this mysterious baby at a glance, but this time, he just asked one urgent question and got straight to the point. You're in big trouble. A double approval letter signed by the director himself. What were you thinking? Are you crazy? This duel has become a huge event for the whole school. Thanks. I stare in shock at the approval. Cess really found and convinced the director. Kalen doesn't care. So what? It's just a duel between two 11-year-olds. This Cess isn't your average 11-year-old. When does the duel start? 2 hours later. That soon? Not much later. Cess and I are already in the duel arena. Honestly, I can't believe everyone knows about this. Unlike Cess's fiery blood. This gives me a headache. His whole body is bursting with fighting spirit. I've been waiting for this moment. I guess you feel the same. No, I don't. At the academy duels, you can only choose between sword and magic. Are you going to use magic? If you're not using magic, then neither will I. Good, you're growing on me. Before I finish speaking, he's already launched his attack. Let's see how good his skills really are. His strikes are incredibly fast. Despite his size and heavy weapon, his speed is excellent. With his fierce attack, my best move is to deflect his blade on contact. After all, assassins aren't about brute strength, but agility and precision. And this technique of redirecting power is something I've honed through thousands of bloody battles. Although Cess's sword technique is equally excellent, he relies more on his overwhelming strength to quickly gain the upper hand, but when that usual tactic fails, he loses his edge entirely. That's the moment I've been waiting for. I sharply spot a gap in his swordplay. With precision, I sheath my sword and use both hands to grab his thigh, slamming it hard into the ground. This move is born only from battles fought to the death. It doesn't belong to any sword style. But hey, no one ever said sword fights have to be limited to swords alone. Right? When supreme strength meets supreme technique, it's bound to be a fierce battle. Those who fought know this. The bigger guys usually have the early edge. Thanks. So, all I have to do is defend and counterattack, seize the chance to win in one move. Just as his body is falling to the ground, he suddenly extends his left hand and quickly moves away. I didn't expect such a quick counter. Honestly, this excites me too. The crowd upstairs is already wide-eyed. To pull off moves this complex, his waist control is insane. They're still human though. C stands still, but a moment later, his eyes light up with excitement again. I lost the sword contest. Now you're forcing me to fight at full strength. The winning rule in sword duels is to put your blade at your opponent's throat. His admission is way more direct than I thought. This shows he's not just muscle. Does this mean we're moving on to a magic duel? Alright, my blood's heating up too. He unleashes his full power. His aura flares wildly, muscles bursting through his clothes. The director and the Silis instructor, sitting in the stands, can't help but eagerly await the next fight. Considering CES's physical attribute is Class 1, while his opponent is Class S, it makes sense to judge the sword fight outcome by these stats. But next comes the magic duel. Magic is what the Academy truly values. Physical strength only sets how much magical power one can hold. But now CES is the strongest among all students at the 3-star level, while Leon only has 1 star. How will he face an opponent with such a huge power gap? Meanwhile, Siri ignores the principal's doubts, her mind weighed down by guilt that my current behavior is too flashy. Death Sand Fist. The elemental magic of the Sand Prince is no joke. A single charge can summon Sand Fist several meters high, but even so, its overwhelming strength is more intimidating than the magic itself. I unleash the Mist Shadow footwork. The assassin's speed advantage is maxed out. CES watches my constantly moving form closely. This strike won't let you escape the Fang Sandfall. The spikes bursting from the ground trap me like a cage. Huge clouds of dust scatter everywhere. I barely slip out of the trap. From CES's movement earlier, even though his magic level is only 3 stars, he must already have the power to use 4-star magic. The barrier keeping this duel going is just 4 stars. This fight could spiral out of control. Facing the miss attack again, if she mocks, it's dodging everything she can do. Slipping away like a rat. She's trying to provoke me. A warrior never gets defeated.
You're just 11 years old, I say. Unexpectedly, he gets angry. First burial in sand, a 4-star level magic. Silicon's worried, but the director stays silent. The prince warns. This move can't be dodged. Better give up. That only excites me more. No dodging this time, face it head on. Magical elements surge wildly inside the barrier. The arena darkens my vision. Everyone's curious about the duel's outcome. Sounds echo constantly off the barrier surface. The instructors maintaining it are drenched in cold sweat. How can 2 lower-year students generate such powerful energy? We need to stop them fast, but the energy remains unshaken. Wait a moment longer. Something interesting is happening. I didn't expect to be surprised again. And inside the duel field, after the dust settles, I'm holding a black sphere out of nowhere. This is a secret art unique to the dark attribute, with no offensive properties. However, it can annihilate all magical energy it's targeting. That was the plan here. But Silly's scream is drowned out by how fast things escalate. For the Void Sphere's effect to work, the user's magic level must always exceed the opponent's instantaneously. My 1-star Void Sphere annihilated the 4-star sand magic. Had it been a second later, the barrier would have surely burst from the magic overflow. But this just makes me stand out more. Everyone watches in disbelief. Is the dark attribute still useless everywhere? Such magic is unheard of. Sese collapses powerless. Shall we continue? No, I've lost completely. His swordsmanship and magic were incredible. He was fully defeated. Seeing him down, I wondered if I pushed too far, but he soon bounces back stronger. This is awesome. I was getting bored fighting weaklings. Now I have another reason to train. When I'm stronger, I'll come back to challenge you again. You'll accept my challenge. Then, faced with his sincerity and indomitable spirit, I take his hand in acknowledgement. However, regarding challenges, I'll have to decline them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fly has taken on the responsibility of caring for the dragon girl. Unexpectedly, his experience living in a big family has come in handy, not just during lunchtime. When he looks back at the dragon girl, she's grown and looks like a 4 or 5-year-old child. When the duel ended, I went back to the dorm. And the first sight of her hit me hard. I'd heard dragons grow fast, but in just a few hours, she already looked 6 years old. Dad, hold me. She's growing way too fast. Soon she'll be my age. If this keeps up, hiding her at the academy will be impossible. This problem's getting worse. You can't hide her existence. Silica's voice remains rational. I can help cover up the demon blade, but a human dragon this big? That's beyond me. Especially after the show you put on today. Everyone's eyes will be on you. I should have been honored for my victory in the academy duel. But I got a warning letter from the director. My daughter's worried she'll get kicked out and end up on the streets. But I see it more as an invitation to meet and a chance to gain political influence. The dragon girl is growing too fast, while Fly can handle the care. Hiding her inside the academy is getting harder. Silly insists I shouldn't draw too much attention, and especially not lose the director's goodwill now. She left quickly after dropping off the warning letter, and Keelan's just a violent girl with killing on her mind. Looks like I'll have to handle these problems myself. The warning says I'll be expelled if I misbehave, but it comes directly from the director, not the admin office. Makes it feel more like an invitation. The dragon girl asks worriedly, "We'll be homeless if they kick us out, Dad?" How did she learn to talk, and how does she understand those words so clearly? Still, I have to comfort her. It's not that bad, you don't need to worry. Since I got a warning, I can naturally file a complaint. If the director wants to talk, I'll have to go. In my past life, he once solemnly asked if I'd chosen to join the Knights of Light and live for my brother. I answered firmly. But he said that path wasn't right for me at all. Let me give you a piece of advice. You've probably realized this choice won't get you anything. No matter how many hurdles you clear, you won't win in the end. This is what happens when you choose to be someone else's pawn. In the end, you will blame your brother for every mistake. These were the director's warnings in my last life, and I guess it'll be the same now. Fly suddenly reminds me, young master, shouldn't we name the little princess? A name? I hadn't thought about that at all, but one naturally comes to mind. How about Nana? What do you think of that name? Too casual. It'll make her peers laugh at her and push her out. But the dragon girl shouts, "This name is special. I want to be called Nana Bouter, and I like it too." That settles the name though. I wonder when she learned my last name. The scene shifts to the Royal Academy director's office. The director was privately surprised by my duel performance. It was clear that wasn't my limit. That's why he sent the warning letter in his own name, to force a meeting. In the memories from my previous life, director, Dean Quasar had always been the Emperor's tutor. He was also the father of the first Empress, Diana Quasar. His own power made him one of the rare 9-star archmages of the continent. After Diana's death, he devoted himself to teaching at the academy, stepping away from politics. But there's one thing I'm curious about. I always thought he was just a pacifist. Yet one day, he suddenly joined the War of Succession. Did his personality change so abruptly? Maybe today I'll find the answer here. When I touched the door handle, a powerful energy barrier appeared. I knew you'd come today, but still, you placed a 9-star magic barrier on the door. Is this a test for me? Looks like I have no choice but to accept. The old man inside can now feel my presence too. He can't help but show a smug smile. Only magic strong enough can break this barrier. It's a test of my power limits. But the next second, the sound of breaking glass fills the air. I land firmly. Sir Dean, as a new student, I'm here to dispute the warning letter. The warning letter. The director's expression darkened slightly. I bypassed the door barrier and chose to come through the window. That made your setup useless, but I don't regret pushing boundaries. Instead, you let me proceed. It wasn't until I saw the barrier on the door that I realized. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my potential. Fine. Admit openly that you're right, even if the outcome is different from what you expected. Indeed, you have proven your talent, but I won't revoke the warning letter. You can try to convince me. So, can I ask you something? First, Sir Dean, what do you truly want? The Empire's prosperity or your family's glory? His expression shifts at such a bold and rude question. You can't just ignore it. I keep pressing. If the Emperor suddenly died, another princess forced the Crown Prince to abdicate, would you still take sides? The director's anger grows. It's not just bold, not arrogantly offensive, but I stay calm when I say I'm an eagle's pawn. This wise elder can easily see through my fate. Yet he chose a path like mine at his own crucial moment. It's a great irony. The elder backed his grandson, the crown prince in the succession fight, becoming the key player in Lunar's rise. But Lunar was a total tyrant, cruel and ruthless. He killed all his siblings and even framed Dean for treason. By carrying this out, the director once lit the future of others with his own effort. But in the end, he was betrayed. He rises, furious and senseless. Can a century of peace be destroyed so easily? You thought I was a genius, but I'm just a fool? I answer. Do you really think that? The mother of the first prince and the second princess died of illness. The third and fourth princes also have the power to compete for succession rights, especially the family of the current Empress Cassandra, whose greed for power is world famous. They'll do anything to keep their position. The Empire's peace is already fragile, and when it falls, this academy will end too. The director looks incredulous. You really are an 11-year-old? Seems you know all the political details. Why are you telling me all this? I say to negotiate. I'll help you. For your families and for the academy's peace. So please, withdraw this warning letter. The director stays silent, unreadable, but I know he caught every word. Suddenly, glowing magic circles appear. 9 archmage stars radiant. An intimidating aura fills the air. What power lets you make such bold claims about helping me? Let me show you the price of your arrogance. With a flick, golden chains coil, divine judgment wrapping and suspending me midair. Is this your answer? Are we to fight? But I know his grip tests if I have the strength to keep my promises. If I can truly help him, or if I'm just bragging, let me prove it. Now, zero mastery. The empty sphere keeps expanding, and the shock in the director's eyes can no longer be hidden. This is ridiculous. No matter what, this is still just 1-star level magic. Yet he absorbed my spell. This moment completely disrupts his knowledge system. What kind of genius is this boy? The energy fades, and I'm back before the director. So, do you still think I can't help you? The director says he'll retract the warning letter. But what's his real purpose in all this? I don't want the Academy's peaceful life disturbed. Just this, I reaffirm. This life. I don't want to see the Academy's peace fall again. After talking to the director, I agree to attend classes occasionally. But studying knowledge I mastered 30 years ago is truly dull. What a long day. I better keep training. The class isn't over yet. Where are you going? I flinch and look up to see it's the 5th princess. Yalin, to the bathroom. You're lying. This clearly isn't the way to the bathroom. In front of Yalin. I handle things my own way. Did you just let Lexi call you by your name? Is this changing the subject? Yeah. But why do you keep calling me princess? Aren't we friends? I look away. You're a princess, I'm just a commoner. Shouldn't I address you as your highness? I'll take it as a compliment. Then you're too serious. At that moment, someone calls Yalin's name. But when she sees who's coming, she instantly tenses up. I recognize these two. The current empress and 2 princes, Pavia and Nirobia. Herenda steps forward and bows, but all she gets are their sneers. You're old now. Yet you still run around with servants. Seems you've mixed with peasants, birds of a feather. Indeed, their attitude shows clear disdain for Yalin. But when they see me, they call me by name right away. I step forward to show respect, but they openly express how impressed they are with me. Praising my performance in today's duel. If we throw a party, we're definitely inviting you. We could have a great talk. Then Narobia says this is a rare chance to befriend the noble princess. They completely ignore Yalin at first. Only now do they finally notice Yalin, who's still sitting down, but their words get even more sarcastic. However, this invitation is an exception for you. Know your place. The desire for power is a poison that corrodes the heart once the shiny mask falls away. They're ordinary people, easily swayed by emotions. Watching their figures retreat. In Closolaxi, I can't help but doubt their identity as princes. They probably never imagined that today they'd see such proud and powerful people show such an ugly side. But they're still my family. Blood is thicker than water. I can't help but interrupt. I don't believe that. In my view, they treat you worse than strangers. When it comes to power, blood ties really don't mean much. The way they treat you shows they don't trust you. They use this method to keep you in check. So there's no reason to feel down or sad about it. As I turn to leave, Yulin's face flushes like a blazing sunset cloud. When I get back to the dorm, I only see the little dragon sleeping alone. Fly and Kailan are nowhere. Ami Kayan arrives late. Somehow she's back in this form. She says it's easier to hide her presence. Then she asks, "What do I want?" Help me find Flylon immediately gets angry. Do you think I'm a dog? Why would I look for people? This isn't the right way to use me. But a moment later, she shuts up too. I think you can smell the blood too. Fly had just left the market. After buying supplies, thinking about Nana at home, he bought a bunch of sweets especially. Just thinking about how much food the kid could eat made him happy. It's been a month since he became my knight. Even though he knows his talent is average, he always believes I'll repay his loyalty with trust. But today the streets are unusually quiet. Who's there? Show yourself. Just as he wonders if he's making a fuss over nothing, a group of shadows slowly steps out of the dark alleys. 15 minutes later, Fly bursts out flying. When he hits the ground, he's already covered in wounds. The scar-faced young man shouts, "You should have obeyed me when we could still be friends. You've really made me angry. I thought the Guardian Knight would be strong, but you're so weak. I'll cut you to pieces and send you to your master as punishment for making me look bad." Fly finally gets the whole picture. This behavior isn't just despicable. It's the misplaced rage of incompetence. Just thinking about it makes him want to vomit. Fly doesn't just refuse to submit, he even mocks them more. The scar-faced young man feels totally let down because a mere guard hasn't bowed even now. It makes him look even more useless. The beating has clearly made him lose his mind. Making things this boring, just as Barrett finishes roughing up Fly and tries to kill him, I suddenly appear and stop him. Fly immediately recognizes my voice. He's been badly beaten, not a single part of him unscathed. Even his vocal cords sound strained. Damage is done, but Barrett's untouched. Now I see the real threat. Barrett breaks into cold sweat seeing me. His fear of being crushed fuels his rage. His arrogance, born from tormenting the weak, makes him mock even against a stronger foe. You've walked into death. Step back or I'll tear you apart. Intriguing. Miss Sword strikes in 8 forms. Shadows dance on her blade, flashes of power lighting the air. Blood falls like petals of death. None stand a chance against a single move of mine. These mercenaries are just thugs following their master in oppressing the weak. Their long indulgence has blinded them. They've forgotten what a true battlefield of killers is like. Fala is my first subordinate. I'm sick of being anyone's subordinate. So-called masters only enjoy the perks brought by their underlings without shouldering any responsibility. Now that I think about it, why was I so obsessed with serving someone like that? But I won't let Fly suffer the same fate. If you truly hate someone, you should despise their whole way of life. Barrett stunned. In a flash, every mercenary lies dead. Fear of being dominated by my power returns to him at last. Damn you, I'll kill you. Magic flickers in his hand, but he's blasted away several meters the next second. Still no regrets? You enjoy bullying the weak that much? Stay calm. What does my hobby have to do with you? You gonna kill me over this? Barrett is the eldest son of the Duke of the Gaza Kingdom, a true bearer of power. In my past life, his twisted pleasures were infamous worldwide. Physical attacks were the least of his horrors. From a young age, he enjoyed burning small animals alive. Later, he even killed a classmate under the guise of practicing magic. But he always escaped punishment thanks to his prestigious background. Eventually, the Shadow Organization gave me the order to purify him. I arrived at the mansion where he lived after being expelled. There, I saw countless servant bodies stored in the basement. After torturing him, I was about to end him with the most painful death I knew. But he just smiled and told me to hurry up and kill him. He said he died unrepentant because he had already gained all the pleasures he wanted. Looking back now, killing him right away might not have been the best punishment. As he said himself, he'd already enjoyed every pleasure. Death alone wasn't enough to make up for the ones he killed. I gather a magic sphere. Last time I let you escape. This time I won't be so lenient. Wait, can you handle the consequences? I am the heir to the Loismere family. I understand fully. So killing him now could spark a war between kingdoms instantly. But that doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook. I shove the magic orb into his mouth. You don't have to like me, but you should never have laid your filthy hands on my subordinate. The magic orb keeps consuming Barrett as he claws his body in agony. All of this is clearly seen by a figure on the rooftop. I didn't expect him to hide such a powerful force. I must report to young Master Eagle immediately. Just as he's about to act, a knife presses against his neck. So you've been the one tailing my student lately. After dealing with Barrett, Flash slowly regains his strength. Sorry, my lord, I didn't expect the attack. But my focus is on his swollen face. He looks so ugly. Are you really the subordinate I trained? Why get into a fight you're sure to lose? Couldn't you just run away? My questioning stirs his guilt again. But this isn't what I want. Is this the loyalty you spoke of? I don't need dead loyal subordinates. I need useful people alive. Don't be so foolish next time. Fly sinks back into despair. Seems I'm not good at handling this. How long do you plan to watch from Master Celeste's side? As I speak, she arrives with all the Assassin Hall members. It'd be rude not to notice them now. With Celis present, a man in black is thrown to the ground. I brought you a gift. This is the one who's been following you. Kalin, a branch guard. You noticed him early on. Celica sighs, admitting. I'll admit you have a talent and power beyond shadow assassins. You also have the wisdom and strategy to win over the leader and the skill to wield the demon sword. You're the perfect successor in every way, but you're too flashy. More will suspect you. This stalker's just the start. I promise to be more careful. But if anyone hurts my subordinates, I'll crush them no matter what. Silicon ignores the matter. We have to keep protecting our own. I trust you can handle it, he says, then turns to leave. Volunteers are ready to help me deal with Barrett's crew. Now only Kaylin remains. Planning to kill me? Don't waste your time trying to interrogate me. I won't say a word. I already knew his identity. Interrogating him is pointless. Besides, in my memories, he never left Eagle's side for a second. In my past life, I was even jealous when Eagle praised my skills. So his goal here is clear. Killing him would be too easy, but I have a better way to handle this. This will serve my plans well. Dark energy stirs around me, making him uneasy. What are you going to do? Don't come closer, shadowy figure. Legend says there's a second personality inside a shadow. I only managed to use this high-level magic once in my last life. I'll return the favor. After the shadow personality took over Caron's mind, he confessed everything and said that even though he's serving Eagle now, he'd rather swear loyalty to me. I accepted his loyalty, but still sent him back to Agal's side, ordering him to report every detail of the information he gathered while watching me. His eyes lit up with loyalty when he looked at me. Then elsewhere, just at dawn, 5th Princess Yalin shows up at the training grounds with her guard, Lexi. As diligent as ever, but Lexi's sword skills are unmatched in the world. In just 2 exchanges, Lexi easily wins. Looks like I have no chance beating you in fencing, but I told you to call me by my name in private. Not princess? When they turn their attention to me, they only see me training guard. She fought incredibly hard, showing no mercy. Will she be killed by her own people before even facing anyone? Isn't her training method a bit too intense? Lexi doesn't know how to answer, since almost all male interactions she's seen are like this. After rescuing Kayon, I made her training program a priority for a low-level knight who's never had proper sword instruction. Her endurance is pretty impressive. If she wants to be useful in future battles, endurance training as the foundation has to be outstanding. Only then can she get twice the results with half the effort in advanced training. Tired already? Want to be defenseless next time you face someone like Barrett? No? I can push on despite her lack of will. Blood spatters as she screams. Damn! I might have been too harsh. She is still injured after all. Young master, is Kaylin really okay? Don't worry. She's on our side now. Is that really trustworthy? It should be. But I believe things will gradually get better. Yalin joins our conversation and brings up the student attack from last week. So now, she trains with Lexi every weekend. The academy attack incident Yalin mentioned was Barrett a week ago. When they found him near the infirmary door, he was shattered and dazed, but didn't say what happened. Rumors are flying fast around the academy. But as the guilty party, I'm clear on one thing. It's not that he doesn't remember, he just refuses to speak. The moment I forced that Magmiro down his throat, all his magical power structures were shattered. He'll never wield magic again. When those in high positions openly expose their weaknesses, only endless plots and attacks follow. So not only will he actively help keep my secret, he'll even make sure I can make it public. Yet Lexi's reaction goes beyond what I expected. I thought she'd be overjoyed to hear this news. After all, Barrett tried to do the same to her. This punishment was well deserved. Before he can respond, a sharp scream cuts through the sky. Dad! A small figure in a floral dress leaps from the tall building. Everyone watches in disbelief. It's Nana. I didn't leave Kaylin to look after her. Damn it. Kaylin must be organizing again. Seconds later, Nana, barely able to control her wings, falls into Yejin's dad's arms. Nana found him. Yalin is stunned first. Then comes the anger. How do you explain this? When and with whom did he have a child? Explain it clearly. After putting a lot of effort into explaining Nana's background, here we are back in the royal hall. Yalin lets out a long sigh. Luckily, you're not his real father. Flo and I exchange glances. We didn't expect her to be so friendly. No sign of discomfort, even knowing Nana is a human-dragon hybrid. I was worried she'd use it to make some weird demands, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Meeting Maya and Flash, surprised looks. Yalin doesn't back down. Lexi, you'll agree too. Lexi finally comes to her senses and says, "It's okay. Really, I don't have friends to tell anyway." This answer leaves Yalin stunned for a moment. She faced a similar situation, equally rejected. But Nana was half human and half dragon, which made things more complicated. She couldn't stay at the academy. Neither humans nor dragons wanted to take her in, but you wanted to raise her. I think that's a good thing. But could she visit sometimes? I asked her to come back to my room. Jalen's face instantly flushed. Don't get me wrong, I just want to care for Nana. But another thought lingered in her heart, making her blush just thinking about it. Nana already had a father and now needed a mother. I had no reason to refuse. Fine, but this stays between us. Jalen nodded quickly. Our secret. Then I turned to leave and Jalen's blush deepened. Lexi asked worriedly, "Jolene, are you okay?" Jolene was lost in thought, whispering, "It's our secret. Are we growing closer?" Back at the dorm, Galen seemed unfazed. "So much happened while I slept. Why didn't you tell Jolene we lived together?" I was furious. "Shut up and think about your negligence." Galen said, "What can I do? Like father, like son. The father does as he pleases too." Flo stepped in to mediate. "Why not take the little princess for a walk? She must be stressed cooped up here all the time." Good idea. Meanwhile, high on the outskirts of the city, two flying figures suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" "Lord Lucian, I smell something foul. Where are we now?" He carefully sensed his surroundings again. The Royal Academy. Then I'll have to delay my return. There's a truly disgusting presence here. I can't even consider it part of our kind. Those two winged beings were actually dragons. The dragon girl was adorable, and not only had she won Jelling's affection, the moment these two dragon pairs saw her, they wanted to kill her on the spot. A small, precious troublemaker causing chaos since birth. But I couldn't allow it, even if it meant risking my life. After all, I was now her guardian and the father she trusted completely. Who would have thought that the very first hostility Nana would face would be from her own kind? They can have their own kids, yet they didn't hesitate to call for her death, just because Nana's heritage is half human, half dragon. She was kept locked inside while I raised her. Today was her first time out. That's why I chose a remote place, 10 kilometers from the city center. She was visibly excited, flapping her little wings non-stop. That's when Kylin stepped in. "You're already a qualified father. Now, why not find her a mother too?" I saw that girl. Jalim seemed very willing earlier, but I immediately tensed up. A strange presence was rushing toward us. In the next second, a massive impact swept through the spot where Nana had been. Flo quickly grabbed Nana in his arms, barely escaping the chaos. A deep voice rose from the smoke. "What a foul stench!" When the smoke cleared, there were two dragons. But unlike Nana's mech plot, these were two adult purebred magic dragons, very different from the young dragon of Lemia Valley. Their presence made Nana shiver. "Get behind me and watch," I said. "They clearly mean harm." "Disgusting red dragon," Cardalina sneered. "How dare you shelter a half-breed? You're her master and wield Kalin, the demon sword." I asked, "Is she talking about me?" Cardalina erupted. "You hold godly power but serve humans. You shame all superior beings." Kalin wasn't one to back down either. "Counterattack! You want to die?" Just as they were about to fight the silver dragon, Lucian held back the furious Cardalina. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in you, nor do I wish to fight inferior beings. But you must hand over that hybrid, half human, half dragon. She'd be perfect for certain experiments. Then I'll let you go." He angered me. "Shut up." My challenge caught him off guard for a moment. He was used to belittling and dominating others, but now he faced me on my terms. "How could I ever hand Nana over to someone like you?" I repeated. "Shut up, bastard." He laughed bitterly, then unleashed a lightning blade, creating a whirlwind beside me. I quickly dodged and signaled Afla to take Nana away fast. Where I'd stood, a groove appeared. His skill controlling lightning was impressive. His tone stayed scornful. "That's why I say you're inferior beings. Dragon talent far surpasses what any human body can match. From here on, I should have gone all out from the start. Miss Sword, 9th form, demon form manifesting. The red dragon instantly sensed trouble, and Lucian only showed slight surprise. So it's the banished power of the divine realm, yet still just a humble human. At the next moment, that humble human flashed to his left side. The demon sword swung wildly, rushing to defend, losing control. Shockwave, thunder, boundless energy exploding. The lightning guide surged through his body. A formation of bolts stretching tens of meters appeared above my head. Explosive lightning, furious elements, starting with a major move. Lost sword. 3rd form, failed shadow step. I blinked behind him again, exploiting his spell, opening a rift, rushing the lost storm. Endless. Dark elements arose. Thin blades slashed at Lucian, but in the next second, a solid red fire barrier appeared behind him. It was the red dragon, Cardelina, who showed up just in time to block that fatal blow. I almost forgot I was fighting 2 magical dragons. You're no match for him. Fall back. But Lucian's concern only fueled Cardelina's competitive spirit. Don't worry, I'll block his attacks. This flame barrier holds my 1,000 years of magical power. An inferior being like him, living less than 100 years, can't break through it. No sooner had she finished speaking, my new killer move struck. Instantly, lost sword 8 direction, lightning flash, fallen cherry blossom. The faint light and my swift figure were threads weaving death, shredding everything ahead. Her proud flame barrier was useless against my darkness attribute that could annihilate all. A trace of reluctance showed in Cardelina's eyes, but she had already fallen from the air and died. Everything happened in a flash. Only then did Lucian finally set aside his arrogance and re-evaluate his opponent. Who exactly are you? The Dark God's omnipotence faded long ago. How do you still wield such immense power? Quick, tell me who you really are. But all I got was cold silence. I guess you won't answer. I must admit you're a worthy opponent, but dragon humanity isn't something you just overcome or transform. From his mouth came whispered complex spells, and endless lightning surrounded his body. His form slowly began to expand. This was a spell allowing dragons to shed their human shape. They returned to their true magical dragon form, better suited for battle. But dragons are more vulnerable during this change. On this sacred continent, there's an unspoken rule. You don't interrupt another's transformation. But to hell with those rules. I'm an assassin, not some clueless noble knight. Now is when he's weakest. I leap upward. The magical dragon's vast wingspan was like ladders climbing to the sky. Lucian screamed in fear. What are you trying to do? You're inferior! I ignored his shouts. Dragons rise, sky steps. My form crashed down hard. The demon sword hit like a meteor, piercing through the magical dragon's head. Panic began to rise in Lucian's heart. He had to get out of there immediately. But it was too late. Among the lost sword techniques was one that made attacks spread like tree roots, even if the wound seemed superficial. The internal organs would be shredded, perfect for the giant dragon that could no longer move. Miss Sword. Giant tangled tree. A heart-wrenching dragon roar echoed through the sky. Dragon blood splashed like the glow of sunset by the time Fla returned with Nana. The dragon feast had already begun. Eat the fly this way, you might grow stronger. But Nana's voice sounded first. Fla's Nana wants some too. I immediately refused. No, even though this precious dragon meat could make one stronger, who knows if eating from your own kind carries strange viruses. Meanwhile, when Kailin reported all the intelligence he gathered to Agel, Agel pondered for a long time. You say there's an unknown force backing my brother? Kailin nodded. Yes. Those we sent before were probably killed by them too. Agel sought confirmation again, but his thoughts ran deeper. His true focus now was on Kailin. The fear Kailin had when he left was gone. Now his attitude was completely different. He no longer cared about losing his master's trust. Fear was Agel's tool to control hearts. Now it felt like his favorite toy had been taken away. I get it now. Kailin, I have a question for you. Kailin had followed Agel for a long time. How could he not know he'd aroused his master's suspicion? Kailin hurried to bow and recite his oath. Seeing this, Agel finally relaxed, saying it was just a routine ritual. His confidence in Kailin remained unchanged. But as Kalin turned to leave, cold sweat ran down his temples. Agel was inherently distrustful. Showing any weakness here would interfere with the young master's plans. Kalin had to be even more careful. When he pushed open the door, a short-haired girl was already waiting outside. It was actually the young master's maid, Elia. Why was she here? Before I could say anything, Agel had already invited Elia in. I've called you. Your name is Elia, right? Could you help me with something? Elia was puzzled, but Agel's genius asking for help sparked her imagination. Meanwhile, inside the Royal Academy, a different scene unfolded. Princess Hyolin appeared in my room holding a huge cake. A special cake made by the palace chefs. Enjoy, Nana. Nana couldn't help but drool and babble incoherently. Wow, Nana really likes you. But Jolene calmly just nodded. There was so much more for Nana. I watched silently. Looks like we really need to keep a low profile for a while. If the dragons could sense Nana's presence, another ambush could happen again. But no matter what, I must guarantee the safety of those around me. After all, I've decided to live for myself in this life, especially since that bastard brother is scheming in secret. Whatever his plan is, I will destroy it completely. Thinking this, I couldn't help but smile. The scales of victory began to tip, and a new plan came to mind. In the Duke's mansion garden, Agel had also invited Prince Lunar, the two old acquaintances. But when Agel spoke to Lunar in private, he no longer called him Your Highness, but Majesty directly. Lunar began by criticizing Agel for hiding at home too much and causing no trouble. He didn't care that Lilith threatened his position or his dear brother. Somehow he had earned the Emperor's favor, and plans were underway. They planned to marry Yalin off. That useless daughter somehow earned so much fatherly love. It made him jealous. Agel said calmly, "It's not good. The more power Yalin gains, the more attention he gets. More useful for our plans." They decided a political conspiracy against Yalin over one meal. Then Agel noticed the guard pouring wine was new. Lunar joked, "This guardian knight Boris was a treasure from the slums." With just one look, Agel saw their shared qualities. He'd truly found an extraordinary treasure. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the continent, another secret meeting was underway. All eyes were on the two shattered lifestones, representing the deaths of Lucian and Cardelina. But who could have killed them with their 8-star power? The last traces stopped near the city outskirts, but no clues were found at the scene. This meant the enemy was either much stronger than them, or a powerful user of darkness attributes. Only Dinquesar could have killed them here. But he wasn't a darkness user. The assassin had to be someone else. Someone quickly pointed out there was only one first-year darkness attribute student at the Royal Academy who survived an encounter with a magic dragon. Important organization members had been killed lately. First Senar, who supplied demon blood, then Zygman, who backed commerce and finance. Now, even two top dragon warriors from the organization were dead. It was hard not to suspect a link between these events. The plan couldn't afford any mistakes. Maybe Luna, the granddaughter, would join the Royal Academy to watch this rookie. Across the continent, the situation was tense and shifting. The Royal Academy had enjoyed 2 prosperous years. 2 years later, a woman in plain clothes walked the streets. Though she tried not to stand out, her sky blue hair and otherworldly beauty still caught everyone's eyes. It was Lilith, returning from her studies abroad. Her first stop was the headmaster's office. After learning Lilith wanted to join the Knights of Light, the headmaster, perhaps sensing a tragic fate, urged her to take a study trip before choosing her path. Now back from the White Elves' land, a race unfriendly to humans, it took her a year to adapt. The headmaster said that place would stunt her growth. Yet Lilith wanted to go deeper, knowing the pacifism she'd find there would then make real sense. Now she was even more determined to join the Knights of Light. Dean asked if she was still set on living according to the family's wishes. She smiled. Some responsibilities have to fall on someone else. I worry about my brother. Skron may be mischievous, but with the right guidance, he could become a decent person. The younger brother, however, is too shy, and that worries me all the time. Hearing this, the director burst out laughing. He'd be pretty grateful if he didn't scare people off. I've heard something interesting. Right now, another voice echoed in the room. Interesting. The dean is really tough. Lilith turned, surprised. After 2 years apart, her brother had grown into a tall young man. He smiled as a greeting. Long time no see, sister. I missed you. She knew about the discord between us siblings, but didn't expect he'd been away from home nearly 2 years. Even less did she know that now, a brother who wanted to kill me at any moment and a stepmother lived there. 2 years had passed like flowing water. Lilith was shocked by how much I'd changed. You've grown so much, almost taller than me now, I said calmly. Maybe you've just gotten shorter. That successfully made Lilith tease me. But then she asked worried, why am I staying at the academy during summer break instead of going home? Truth is, I had many reasons for not wanting to go home. Besides Agel staying there now, even the Duchess just wanted me dead. And father couldn't ignore the mysterious deaths of the last 6 knights he sent, yet he chose to look the other way. Going back to a family like that would be suicide. But Lilith just thought I was scared of my little brother, Kranz, who always bullied me. You can't make peace with him. Impossible. You've seen how he treats me. He even tried to kill me. Lilith's eyes opened wide with disbelief. She knew so little of her 2 brothers. What she thought were childish games were actually siblings trying to kill each other. At this point, Flavio stepped forward to testify. It was Lady Maria who ordered the assassination attempt. After the truth was laid bare, Lilith suddenly fell into self-blame. I'm sorry I didn't see any of this. You've been through so much. It's not your fault. The real villains are Maria and Kranz, and they still show no remorse. Before I could finish, Lilith suddenly threw herself into my arms. You've never told anyone this before. It must have been so hard to keep it all inside, but now you can trust me. Your sister will protect you. This warmth and trust only Lilith had ever given me, but now, awkwardly, I didn't know how to react. I want to stay with you longer, but right now I have to go somewhere. Take care, Lilith. Her words caught me off guard once again, but what I didn't expect was that the next second she threw herself into my arms. Please, take good care of my brother. Can you do that? In that moment, my gaze was deadly toward the floor. Lilith must have assumed Flo was the hero who helped me escape that assassination attempt. Saying goodbye to Lilith again, I already missed our time together. It had been a long while since I'd seen her this angry. The last time was during Kranz and my training class with Spara. After losing the competition, Kranz kept attacking and humiliating me. His pleasure wasn't winning, but intimidating the weak. Lilith arrived just in time to stop the farce. That angry look on her face. I had only seen it once in my previous life. Now I understood the truth about the Duke's mansion. It seemed the family could no longer stay peaceful. But only then could I protect them from the tragic fate of my past life. At that moment, Fly brought a purification list and an invitation to the banquet. Every year the royal family held a banquet, and the Belte family was always invited. But these invitations sealed by the crown were usually sent only to the father, who'd then decide which son would attend. In my past life, I never enjoyed that privilege. But I knew these banquets were just dull political gatherings. I said nothing, stepped aside carelessly, and picked up the assassination order. Direct hit. Nepilis, the queen's brother. This royal banquet assassination mission was also a key event in my past life. I didn't expect to get this task again. Now it seems Celise values me highly this time, but it made me uneasy. Meanwhile, Galen suddenly took an interest in the invite. Wait, the signature below seems to be Princess Yalin's. I thought she was just a kid, but I clearly underestimated her. You received a love letter. Indeed, as she said, this invitation wasn't from the royal family, but a personal invite from Yalin. Her handwriting was neat and serious. Still, I mercilessly cast a control spell on Kaylin. Looks like I have no choice but to attend this banquet. Then, Nana's hungry voice came from the inner hall. But just one look at her. She left us all speechless. There's an old saying that kids grow up in the blink of an eye. But can someone tell me why she grew up so fast? Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, Lilith rushed in with long strides. The servants had never seen her so anxious, and they all bowed in confusion. But Lilith cared about only one thing. Where is Mother? No, the Duchess. Now, when Lilith burst into the ladies' room, Maria quickly greeted her. No. Look, Lilith, this is how my daughter has been. But Lilith ignored everything and slapped Maria right across the face, barely holding back her rage. And Lise closed the distance. letting her emotions overflow as old wounds surfaced again. In an instant, the confrontation turned physical, the clash between Elise's determination and her mother's calculated coldness shaking the room. The Duchess stepped in, dominating the scene with her presence. Fear and authority swirled in her gaze as chaos threatened balance. Surprised whispers spread through the crowd as accusations flew. The air thickened, hostility crackled like a brewing storm. And Liz stared down the Duchess, her face a mix of betrayal and unbreakable resolve. A deadly truth started to come to light. The Duchess realized her fear had turned into more than just that in barely a minute. Brazen from the challenge, he calculates his escape, fully aware of his guilt. Elise's cold gaze pierces through his facade, unraveling his misdeeds. Her presence silences any attempt at denial or excuse. The Duchess's order halts the rising tension. Soldiers surround the room, leaving no way out. Elise silently positions herself to act as the fugitives panic and shout orders in vain. Their cries reveal their desperation, but their schemes unravel faster. The scene bursts into chaos as the guards close in. Elise remains still. A storm brews beneath her composed exterior. Vigilant outside, sharp eyes fix on the enemy. Her expression is deadly calm. Elise waits for the right moment to strike back. As the guards advance, she leaps at them swiftly. Dodging their attacks, a quick charge sends foes flying. Power crackles as she calls on her elemental spirit, Undine. Her precision leaves no room for error. Chaos engulfs the room as the Duchess watches. She watches Eilis gain confidence. Her mind calculates the next move as the guilty one hesitates, stepping back. Eilis's serene intensity seals the room's fate. Her actions reflect her unyielding resolve. Eilis's sharp tone cuts through the air, questioning those brave enough to order Kion's assassination. Margaret grows angry. Her unshaken arrogance protests loudly, masking fear as the weight of consequences looms. Margaret's defiance crumbles as she realizes. Her stance falters, leaving her vulnerable and cornered under everyone's intense scrutiny. Eilis's piercing gaze silences Margaret. Her composure remains unshaken. The room grows colder as her words hit with brutal force. The guards move quickly to restore order, dragging the trembling figure away. The Duchess's resolve stays firm, exerting absolute control. Margaret mutters furiously to herself, disbelief clouding her mind. She blames Cian and the Duchess's intervention. Her eyes flicker with malice, plotting her next move. She whispers conspiracies. Driven by desperate revenge, Elise's father listens from a corner. His presence hides the spoken words, and frustration reveals unexpected secrets in the room. He already knew that Eilis didn't trust her own father. "Words," he said. "How could you say that? When your own son nearly died because of Margaret." Her father said he's not making excuses. He just thought it would be good for Cian. Then her father said, "Does Eilis really believe that Rookie saved Cian when he was just a newbie, no different from a handy person?" Elise feels confused. Then she asks, "Are you telling me Cian defeated them all, and she still won't believe what her father said?" Tensions rise as Cian's name comes up. He approaches Eilis and says he knows nothing about the younger one. He hands Eilis an envelope stamped with imperial authority. Inside is a letter hinting at a major event and a hidden agenda. It's an invitation to a banquet hosted by the Imperial Palace. He wishes Eilis could attend since he can't. The commanding officer dismisses Eilis, offering her instructions. His words are sharp, pushing her toward duty while demanding total focus and discipline. And Lisa senses it subtly. Her expression is unreadable. She turns sharply away. The sound of her boots echoes as she leaves the office. The wooden door creaks faintly as Eli enters the hallway. Her thoughts swirl, reflecting on the events she's been caught up in. Her steps quicken, carrying a calm determination with each stride. The tension in her posture hints at the challenges ahead. She murmurs to herself, questioning the absurdity of her circumstances. Her gaze hardens. Determination now overshadows her doubts. Eli's stoic calm softens when a familiar face appears. The unexpected reunion brings warmth to her otherwise guarded heart. A bright smile spreads across her face as Cecilia approaches, years of separation fading away in a moment of recognition. They embrace, rekindling their bond. Time may have passed, but their friendship feels as solid as ever right now. Cecilia's concern for Eli is clear, palpable. Eli's silent gratitude reflects the comfort of having a trusted ally again. Their light-hearted reunion is briefly interrupted by the harsh realities around them. Eli readies herself, geared up for what lies ahead. Cecilia reminisces about their childhood, awestruck by the elite knight Eli has become, her beacon of admiration. Though tinged with lingering worry, as they part, Eli feels renewed purpose. Her mission will test her skills and resolve. Eli laughs, offering a rare smile at the letter in her hand, shifting her focus, hinting at her next destination. The scene shifts to a distant carriage rushing across rugged terrain. A journey begins toward uncertain but crucial horizons. As Nana, a sharp maid, watches on, the carriage is getting closer. Her excitement bubbles over as she prepares to welcome the newcomer. Nana spots a deer through the window, thrilled like a child. Breaking the tense mood, Cian shoots her a sharp look, making her quickly hide her visible tail. The moment turns oddly funny. Nana pouts but obeys. Her horns flicker faintly from held-back frustration. Despite the mild scolding, her energy stays untamed. She lets out a dramatic sigh, blending her natural whim with a touch of rebellion. Cian reflects on her unique personality, puzzled yet amused. Her knack for lightening even the darkest moments is oddly comforting. Nana cheerfully claims her role as Cian's maid. Her golden eyes shine with pride, her loyalty fierce and infectious. Cian quietly ponders their unpredictable bond. Her unwavering energy is both a blessing and a slight headache. He watches her, realizing this might stir up some trouble. The carriage jolts suddenly, grabbing their attention. An ominous presence draws near. Their senses sharpen as tension thickens the air. Cian looks at Brian and hesitantly asks what happened, his face puzzled. Brian replies, "What happened?" Then he glances at Cian and whispers about a bandit attack. Cian processes the news with calm, his expression showing strategic readiness. The bandits appear in the distance, faces sneering with greed. Their harsh demands echo down the tense forest path. Cian watches the bandits approach, with keen eyes, weighing the risks. He signals silently, gearing up for the inevitable clash. Nana peeks out, her excitement replaced by worry. She questions Cian, but his calm soothes her. The guards draw their swords. Tension spikes as the first clash rings out. Cian stays seated, analyzing the chaos unfolding. A bandit rushes recklessly, only to meet a swift counter by guard Brian. The skirmish rages with relentless intensity. One bandit screams in pain for his fallen comrade. His pain fuels reckless fury as he charges ahead, driven by vengeance. A guard pierces the bandits with deadly precision. His sword gleams in the sunlight. Chaos erupts on the battlefield. Brian keeps his cool, silently tracking the bandits' moves. He waits, timing his strike perfectly. As the battle rages outside, a technique aptly called consecutive normal slashes tears through multiple bandits. The fight highlights the guard's superior training and discipline. A final strike ends the skirmish, leaving only silence behind. The guards scour the area for survivors, making sure no threats remain. One guard inspects the scene with a confident air, his faith in his strength reinforced by another successful encounter. Cian watches from the carriage, calm and composed, noting the guard's efficiency before signaling to keep moving without delay. The carriage wheels creak as it rolls forward. Cian's thoughts drift to her destination and the secrets waiting there. Papers shuffle in someone's hand as critical information is reviewed. One phrase catches her eye, urging caution. Moving into a dimly lit room, an operative reports to his superior, placing a stack of documents neatly on the desk. Sidika pores over the data, debating the timing of their plan. Delays could mean failure, but acting too soon carries risks. The woman mentioned the assassination of Trinian Napolas. Was there a reason Sarika rushed the operation? Sarika said it's because he's disgusting, a sexual criminal targeting only married women, abusing his power. He should be taken out as soon as possible. A photo of the target drops onto the table. The weight of the mission sharpens as the operation takes shape. Sarik narrows her eyes, sensing the importance of the person in question. A mix of curiosity and unease grips her. She skims the file, spotting the name Lonian Rain River. His record hints at immense potential and unusual power. The profile highlights extraordinary talent, but also a frail body that limits him despite his strengths. His very presence sparks intense interest. A vivid image of Lonian surrounded by elemental energies looms in his mind. His connection to greater powers feels overwhelming, making him ponder his next move. His gaze sharpens as he weighs the consequences of involving someone so unique in his plans. The woman said it was what she heard. The head of the Regents' Council had sent her himself. Suspicions rise. Sarika senses hidden motives behind recent events. Flipping through papers, Sisera wonders what they're plotting. She has a bad feeling. Something must be happening outside the bustling city. In contrast to the calm tension inside, the streets come alive with colorful banners and lively activity. Nana spreads her enthusiasm to passers-by as they approach the street. She explores the vibrant market. Her excitement brings warmth to an ordinary day. A sudden stumble breaks her joy. Nana regains balance and brushes it off without losing her upbeat spirit. A kind stranger laughs, telling Nana it's no big deal. Her apology is met with genuine warmth. Relieved from embarrassment, the stranger watches Nana with protective thoughts, especially when he saw Nana. His expression looks like he wants to yell. Nana's happy about the kindness from the villagers. Her innocence contrasts with how cautious Cian is around strangers. Cian explores the area, sensing subtle dangers beneath the city's cheerful surface. His instincts stay sharp, determined to keep her safe. Cian plans ahead. Nana's carefree joy is something he treasures, but that nose could be a weakness. Brian notices Nana's eyes shifting to an unusual shade. He tenses, realizing her hunger's growing at a worrying pace. Brian urgently signals Cian to act. It looks like trouble's brewing. They need to fix this fast. Nana's face darkens. Her energy wavers, shifting her mood and creating a tense vibe. Her overwhelming hunger is starting to take its toll. Her strength fades and a faint aura surrounds her, hinting she's about to lose control. The guard rushes Nana to a nearby restaurant. Cian's mind races, determined to stop things from getting worse. Brian quickly gets Nana inside the restaurant. Cian keeps a close eye on Nana, watching her as she sits down and starts eating. Nana's energy begins to steady, comforted by the scent of food. Plates pile up as she eats eagerly, surprising even the staff. Cian breathes a sigh of relief seeing Nana's joy return. But curiosity nags at her, sensing something deeper. A faint blue glow flickers near Cian. She narrows her eyes, puzzled by the brief, strange mana wave. A mysterious figure approaches, their presence demanding attention. The soft glow of sunset frames a serene, yet unsettling smile. They come forward, speaking directly to Cian. Their voice carries a disconcerting calm, edged with quiet authority and intrigue. A sly smile spreads across their face as they confirm Cian's identity. The atmosphere thickens, leaving onlookers wary and alert. Luna rises confidently, casting a knowing glance at Val. Sun rays highlight her figure, hinting at hidden intentions. Cian stiffens at her sharp tone, realizing this meeting is far from a coincidence. It's clear Lunov has a purpose. Her words leave Cian puzzled. She knows his name, a detail he's sure he never shared. Who is she? Luna uptakes a seat without hesitation. Her calm demeanor is unsettling. Cian too. The unexpected encounter stirs unease in the room. She introduces herself as Juno, reveals ties to the academy, and her confident stance demands attention despite her soft tone. Cian wonders about her sudden approach, unsure why she's focused on him. His reputation precedes him, yet she seems oddly approachable. She explains she's not widely known, her humility clashing with the mystery surrounding her. Nana whispered to Bran, curious about Luna sitting with Kaya, their guesses only heightening their unease. Suspicion grows as Brian, a senior student, eyes the pair. Why is she here? The question echoes through the dining hall. Lunov steps forward with a playful smile, hinting she knows more than she lets on. Cian senses a hidden agenda brewing. His mind races. This feels orchestrated. Lunov seems to relish his discomfort, but there's no malice in her eyes. She hints he'll attend the next banquet, a noble gathering. Her casual reveal leaves Cian stunned. The surprise grows. How does Lunov, a regular student, get access to such an exclusive event? Her confidence unnerves him. Lunov casually mentions his invitation, brushing off his shock. Her words suggest connections far beyond her modest facade. Cian's thoughts swirl. Her presence at the banquet could mean one thing. Lunov isn't just any student. She's a noble as well. Lunov politely excuses herself and leaves the table with a calm but mysterious smile. Cian watches her, unsure what to make of her. When Lunov leaves, Cian silently decides to remember her name. Her sudden arrival left an impression he couldn't ignore. Lunov reveals her full name, Luna, Rain River. The name carries meaning, hinting at deeper ties to the academy and nobility. Cian reflects on her name. The Rain River lineage carries weight tied to power and mystery. His curiosity grows with every clue. Lunov is the granddaughter of the council chief, Garam Regents Renrever. Did that old madman send her? Cian's memories shake him, a vivid flash of drowning in ice-cold waters, battling the dark void within his own mind. Regret and resolve come alive. Jura swears never to be powerless again as the sun sets, shaped by her past. Kaine watches the banquet, a noble gathering full of secrets, challenges and danger. A young woman, regal yet unsure, prepares herself. Her transformation suggests a role much bigger than Ron, unlike her usual self. She asks Resmas for her honest opinion about her elegant dress, seeking approval that blends pride and unease. Tension fills the room. Her assistant clumsily reassures her with exaggerated gestures, earning a nervous laugh. Their interaction briefly lightens the growing tension. Despite her poised appearance, she hesitates, unsure she really belongs to the grandeur ahead. Her thoughts drift elsewhere. The girl looks toward the door. Her resolve falters when Resma hints who might like to see her that way. She mutters something cryptic about inviting certain people to the banquet. Her words carry a hidden meaning, suggesting a larger scheme. Nervously, the young woman looks away. Her hands flutter. Not used to such grandeur, she hides behind modesty. A maid presents a gift from Prince Ruinel, an impressive accessory. It clearly symbolizes pride and family significance. She hesitates before the intricate gift. Emotions run high. Ruinel's gesture is kind yet heavy with meaning. The sparkling jeweled piece draws everyone's gaze. It stands not just for beauty, but power and responsibility. Her thoughts drift towards Sorkan, unsure how he might see this gesture. Doubt blooms, clouding her expression. The banquet hall shines with golden elegance, showcasing the power of the nobles gathered for the grand event. Guests mingle in the courtyard, their voices blending into a chorus of intrigue. Conversations hint at hidden motives and shifting alliances. A high-ranking official watches the crowd. His gaze is calm but calculating. His presence commands authority and respect among the attendees. Cian steps into the scene. His sharp eyes scan the lavish surroundings. The scale of the event overwhelms him. He softly mutters to himself, watching the nobles' movements. His mission remains unclear, but unease grows as he weaves through the crowd. A man approaches Cayenne with a firm tone. His words carry subtle urgency, hinting at underlying tension. The man mentions cells arriving with Prince Ruinel. Cayenne's instincts sharpen, realizing the banquet's layers of intrigue run deeper than expected. Cayenne's mind races when the man suggests she leave the banquet. The cryptic warning makes her heart pound with unease. She demands answers, sensing imminent danger. The man hesitates, hinting at unexpected chaos lurking beneath the gathering. Cayenne pieces together the warning. Essel's actions and the banquet's timing signal a brewing storm within the noble ranks. Cian suspects Essel is the mastermind. His sharp gaze narrows, weighing Essel's role in the dark turmoil surrounding the event. A companion voices concern for Cian's safety, urging him to leave. Cian soothes him, radiating calm confidence despite the looming tension. His resolve strengthens as he dismisses the worries. A satisfied smile reveals his anticipation of the coming storm. He readies himself for the small upheaval mentioned earlier. The night hides secrets, but who's willing to uncover them? Dark energy pulses from Cian, an ominous sign of his hidden powers. His focus sharpens, ready for the challenges ahead. Cian channels his inner power, smirking at unseen forces. The stakes rise as his darker side surfaces. A mysterious pink energy appears, teasing Cian playfully. It hints at a deeper link to the banquet's intrigue. Cian engages with the enigma, steady in his resolve. Fragments of hidden truths emerge. He's determined to uncover them, and the energy sparks a mental bond. Cian gains clarity about the banquets and their hidden dangers, recalibrating his next moves. He spots a figure moving discreetly, purpose unclear. Secrets fill the banquet, and Cian stays alert. A woman in red watches from the shadows, her smile sinister. She holds knowledge that could change everything tonight. Her thoughts. Why is she using a mind link? Cian told her he'd uncovered some information. Sirika grew curious. She holds a glass. Cian told her this banquet would soon turn into a bloodbath. Sirika then asked, "What do you mean?" Cian senses the coming chaos. His instincts warn him of danger. He decides to act quickly to protect everyone present. The woman's smile fades into a sharp glare, sensing Cian's resolve. Fates intertwine as the banquet teeters on the edge of disaster. Cian's sharp smile shows confidence. He's sure of his suspicions. His resolve grows as events fall into place. The woman in red trades bold words, flaunting her knowledge of Cian's connections. Cian told her her twisted fiancé would get dragged into this and die too. Sivika silently watches her leave. She stays calm, letting her think she's in control while quietly plotting her counterattacks. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks through, shouting the woman's name. Recognition flashes on her face, breaking her confident composure. It's Elise, Cian's sister, a shock she clearly didn't expect. The tension in the room rises sharply. Elise enters in her dazzling gown, catching everyone's eye. She greets Sarika warmly, but her presence hints at trouble ahead. They exchange compliments, their reunion seeming genuine yet laced with tension. Sarika's arrival shifts the mood. The room's energy thickens, and her true intent at the banquet remains a mystery. The woman in red watches Elise's unexpected appearance, her mind racing as she plots how Elise will soon get caught in the unfolding storm. A passing noble remarks on the beauty of both women. His words are casual, yet they only stir the chaotic undercurrents ignited by Drenian Naphelias's bold moves. His imposing presence grabs immediate attention. That confident smile hints at the power he wields. Drenian formally introduces himself with calculated words and a threatening edge to his smile that unnerves those watching. Cian exits with a flourish, leaving a mark. It seems he's heading somewhere to report this new development. Cian exchanges words with Brian. His tone is calm but firm. Their alliance deepens as they ready themselves for what lies ahead. Brian greets him respectfully, ready to carry out Cian's orders. The night's weighty events cloud their minds. Cian questions Brian's sudden surge in skill, wondering if he's awakened as a guard knight or something beyond. Brian stands resolute, his aura brimming with newfound strength, his loyalty to Cian burning brighter than ever. The talk shifts when Brian brings up the perilous mysteries of the Imperial Palace. Cian senses a greater threat looming. Brian shows concern, but Cian's unwavering confidence eases him. They both know this mission demands sharp focus. Suddenly, Brian's warning startles Cian. He spins, spotting a lurking presence that demands immediate attention. Cian's instincts kick in, his sudden moves showing readiness to act. Brian charges forward, silencing the tension with a fierce war cry. What follows is a chaotic burst of energy as they clash. Brian's determination clashes with the mysterious figures of Asian tactics. The figure retreats, leaving Brian bruised but alert. Cian calms him, recognizing this encounter as a test of resolve. Cian identifies the retreating figure as someone familiar, deepening the mystery of their true role in this unfolding plot. A solitary figure weeps quietly, lost in despair, hinting at a deeper link to the darkness looming in the shadows. An ambushed figure descends a hidden staircase. Each step echoes with a foreboding intent. The dim hallway twists and turns, broken only by the firm footsteps of the figure. They stop before a grand door, its ancient carvings radiating an ominous aura promising chaos beyond. A sinister smile spreads across the hooded figure's face. "The time has come, my servants," they declare chillingly. The command rises, awakening stone figures with glowing green eyes. Their emergence from darkness signals an unstoppable nightmare. Princess Aron attends the royal ball. Scanning the lively crowd, she wonders who will approach her first during the evening, her smile calm and serene. Aron stands confident, whispers of admiration rippling through the grand hall. A soft sigh escapes her lips as she notices Cian's absence, her thoughts drifting to his unpredictable nature. Her serene expression falters slightly when a tall figure bows deeply, addressing her with unexpected formality. Recognizing Luna Aron's intrigue sharpens her mind, rushing back to their brief but memorable encounter at the academy. Luna's warm smile eases the tension as she recalls Aron's kindness in the past, stirring pleasant memories of the academy. Aron nods politely, hiding his curiosity as Lunov elaborates, hinting at a deeper bond with someone he hadn't expected. Lunox's playful comment about Aron's elegance leaves the princess feeling both flattered and a little shy. Together they stroll through the crowd, Aron composed while carefully gathering information about Luna's connection with Cian. When Luna casually mentions spending time with Cian yesterday, Aron's calm wavers briefly, revealing his inner confusion. A slip causes him to react sharply, breaking his serene exterior with mounting emotion. Luna's sharp gaze catches Aron's slight panic, and her knowing smile is both comforting and unsettling. Erin stands frozen, as Luna suggests she might have feelings for Cian. Her heart races with a mix of denial and clarity. Suddenly, Erin realizes this, and her previously guarded self feels exposed. Her thoughts tangle with new emotions. A loud shock breaks their moment, shifting the mood as both turn toward the source with startled expressions. A sudden scream echoes, drawing everyone's attention to chaos in one corner of the ballroom. The crowd scatters as a dark figure appears. Their weapons gleam under the chandelier light. The air cuts sharply. Aaron's heart pounds as Luna grips his arm. The impossible has happened. A monster breached the palace walls. Panic spreads like wildfire. Guards scramble as the shadowed figure draws near, eyes locking onto Eren with eerie precision. The figure whispers chillingly, sending shivers down Eren's spine. As the ballroom descends into chaos, Eren regains his composure while Yonobla tries to calm him. Danger is clear and the princess knows she must act fast. The scene tightens as Eren greets someone before her, saying she's the maid of young Master Cian, and she can be called Nana. She prepares herself as the figure advances, her surroundings fading into insignificance. This moment demands every ounce of her courage. A sharp noise distracts her. The crowd's fear was tangible, and the girl suddenly kneeling on the floor couldn't believe what she was seeing. She stepped forward resolute. She looked at Nana, thinking Nana was younger and more beautiful than her. A sharp inquiry arose among the staff when a clearly shaken maid defended herself against negligence claims. Then Cian asked the girl, "Are you sure it's Chell, the older brother? Did he bring you here?" The girl confirmed it was Chell who brought her. Cian listened closely. The maid said Chell had offered to hire her, seeing what is desired. Something in her story feels both genuine and deeply troubling. Cian realized what the maid said, especially when she mentioned Eshel offering to hire her. A revelation sends a wave of unease through the room. "Would you like to work as my maid?" Eshel asks deliberately. The room falls silent, all eyes on her. A man mocks the maid's discomfort, jeering at Cian's abrupt departure and the stir he left behind. The maid said she refused to be left outside when Cian returned. Setting aside the comment, her thoughts drift to a memory she wants to erase. Cian asks if she's sure she turned down that offer. The maid said she really refused, but it seems he didn't give up. Exhausted, she clutches her head, lamenting her struggles. Nearby, Cian watches her with mild concern. He then speaks to Ryan, ordering him to protect the women present, hinting at an imminent danger. A fierce determination sparks in the young man's eyes. He's ready to face whatever threats lie ahead. Remembering painful lessons from his past life, memories of Jem being sent to watch over him, the weight of failure and responsibility etched deeply in his mind. He feels angry, his eyes sharp and piercing. He thinks it's fine if Shell wants to know something about him, but don't mess with his people. Then he leaves the room, leaving Brian, Nana and Amelie behind. Amelie tries to call after him. The startled maid hands him a tape, saying hesitantly but sincerely, "It's a gift from the young master." Suddenly the maid realizes she forgot something in the chaos and excitement of the evening. Nana stops, her expression shifting from embarrassment to curiosity as she examines the tape she just retrieved. A strange scent catches her attention, subtle but unmistakable, awakening a growing suspicion. Her eyes narrow as she realizes the tape hides something, and it's no ordinary tape. The moon hangs low over the estate, casting an eerie glow as tension thickens within the walls. A shadowy figure grips his sword tightly, moving with purpose as footsteps echo down the silent hall. Eshel approaches Prince Ruinel with calm determination, aware of the significance of the day they've prepared for. Ruinel nods stoically, hiding years of effort and the weight of their shared mission for the Empire's future. Eshel hints at a secret handover, a carefully planned move to stabilize the chaotic situation. Prince Ruinel's resolve sharpens as he gets ready to act, knowing peace demands sacrifice and calculated decisions in these troubled times. Eshel stresses the importance of proving his worth, urging him to seize this desperate moment, a turning point for the Empire. Prince Ruinel steps forward. His thoughts race. The tension thickens as his sword gleams under the moonlight. Elsewhere, chaos erupts. Aaron shouts orders, urging everyone to prioritize safety. Guards try to restore order but face monstrous foes. Their roars echo through the halls while defenders struggle to hold the line. And Enoch offers to stand by Aaron. Their loyalty remains unshaken despite the rising danger. Aaron looks at Junob with gratitude. Their bond is clear as they face the growing threat together. Lunab joins Aaron. She thanks Luna because she wants to team up and help attack the monster. A desperate scream fills the air. "Stop the beast!" The defenders' resolve is tested as reinforcements rush to aid overwhelmed guards. One glances back and sees a comrade fall to the monster's attack. More creatures arrive, seemingly endless, and the defenders brace themselves. Their fate hinges on one last battle. Terror grips the soldier's eyes as the monstrous figure approaches. Its glowing red eyes pierce the shadowed battlefield. The creature's attack drowns out his desperate call for help. Fear seizes the captain. Blood splatters the ground as the beast crushes the front line. The captain's shout shakes nearby troops, awakening a massive demonic beast. Its form is more grotesque than imagined. The soldiers freeze, stunned by its presence. The captain trembles. The narrator whispers, desperate, that they can't win. Everyone will die in the end. As the creature roars again, a surge of energy cut through the air, striking the beast and halting its attack. Momentarily, a confident figure steps forward, unleashing another blast that shakes the creature, giving soldiers a moment to breathe. She seizes this chance to evacuate. Zarika commands everyone around her, bringing both fear and hope to the battlefield. The captain recognizes her, the academy's instructor. He yells, amazed, as she single-handedly holds back the monsters. Liz and Zarika fight fiercely with their weapons. Thanks. Pushing through the chaos, she urges soldiers to focus on protecting civilians. The instructor swings her hypersonic sword, the blade buzzing loudly as it cuts through the monstrous horde. Turning to the captain, she says with unwavering eyes, "Leave this to me." The captain rallies his troops, ordering them to escort the evacuees while she holds the line. The battle heats up as the beasts circle her. Their sheer numbers threaten to overwhelm even her incredible skill. Her eyes narrow. "Here they come," whispers have filled the air, bracing to face an enemy huge and fierce. Instructor Sarika senses something's wrong. The monstrous vines split apart, revealing their true path, aiming straight for the center of the hall. With narrowed eyes, she realizes neither she nor the soldiers are the target. Standing behind them, giant vines break through barriers. Charging straight at Princess Eren, who stands frozen in shock, Luna at her side. Both Eren and Luna react too late. The instructor shouts, realizing the real aim of the attack. Her heart races as she spots Eren as the target, yelling a desperate warning to the nearby soldiers. Eren's eyes widen with the fear. No time to react. The captain lunges forward with his swords, slicing through the air, deflecting the vines just before they hit the princess. A soldier jumps in to shield Eren, their voices urgent amidst the chaos. Despite their efforts, the vines break through, one grazing Eren, making him stagger in pain. Blood trickles down his cheek as Eren struggles to steady herself, her vision clouded by mounting panic. Emily held the glowing bow carefully, unsure of its origin, while the room filled with silent anticipation. Brian gazed at the intricate design, feeling a strange warmth. almost as if the object was alive. Curious but cautious, he watched silently, wondering what secrets the artifact held. Unease crept in. That glow from Bose was unnatural, like something straight out of myths. Meanwhile, Nana told Brian they needed to escape. Curious, Brian asked why. Nana's piercing gaze shifted suddenly, her eyes shining with dark light. Tension filled the air as something dangerous approached. Emily froze, as invisible energy crackled through the room like lightning, shaking walls slightly. Then a blinding violet flash burst, forcing everyone to shield themselves from its scorching heat. Brian instinctively stepped in front of Emily. His heart pounded as the ground beneath them began to crack violently. From the shattered earth, a monstrous figure emerged. Its dark form rose ominously, radiating pure evil. Chaos erupted as the beast roared, shaking the very foundations of the castle, driving everyone to flee in the panicked crowd. An older man cursed quietly, determined not to die amidst the growing slaughter, clenching his fists, knowing he had trained for this moment. Though fear coursed through his veins like ice, he turned swiftly to face the approaching monster. Running wouldn't guarantee survival in this ruthless chaos. His resolve hardened as sunlight broke through the clouds, lighting up his steadfast face. Survival was now his only goal. The cloaked figure lifted the wounded man, grinning cruelly as the dim light painted a foreboding scene. Sweat dripped relentlessly. As his body weakened, Speaker Zero decided to hold firm, knowing surrender wasn't an option. Drenian then asked the guard behind him if the back door was truly secure. The guard said probably yes, but Drenian didn't buy it. He thought the guard was messing with him or hiding something. Tension shattered when a burning flash of red energy erupted, breaking the silence with a dark warning. Screams filled the air as panic swept the great hall. The beast's fury spared no one, shaking even the bravest warriors to their core. A desperate fighter swung back with his sword, which briefly gleamed before shattering like glass against the creature's skin amid the chaos. A calm, calculating figure summoned glowing blue magic, weaving water into a protective shield. The channeled energy merged into an explosive aqua wave, crashing through the room with precision, freezing the monstrous advance mid-roar. Silence fell as the water grew colder. Relief was short-lived, but when the defender barked orders to regroup, immediately, the frozen ice spell exploded violently, freezing dozens of enemies instantly. Cold magic shards shimmered like stars, cutting through the tension. The onlookers gawked at the incredible power on display, their fear briefly replaced by awe at the masterful use of elemental magic. Cracks splintered the frozen forms while survivors rushed to safety, realizing the battle was far from over. A young guard stepped forward, rallying the frightened with a bold declaration and a burning spirit of defiance, fueled by unwavering resolve. The call to protect rang out clearly. "This is far from over. Please protect the princess." Amid the chaos, Princess Eren stayed calm, though a shadow of worry lingered as she assessed her precarious situation. One night, she offered reassurance, promising help, but the relentless wave of danger left little room for hope. Aaron regained his fierce resolve as he prepared to withdraw. Knowing his escape was vital for many lives, Luna's voice cut through his thoughts, urging him to act. The defenders formed ranks, knowing hesitation would only worsen the dire chaos around them. Swords drawn, ready to give everything to shield their princess and home. Soldiers braced for impact as the cold remnants of the spell crackled nearby. The magic still lingered in the air, and reinforcements arrived, bringing fresh energy and fierce resolve to bolster the weakening front lines. The commanding knight barked orders, ensuring every squad held tight while organizing the formation against the relentless foe. The Silis force descended with them, radiant with power, took center stage, ready to channel her last reserves into a decisive spell. Her unwavering gaze cut through the chaos, embodying defiance. No matter the odds, they would hold out till the end. The enemy swarm seemed endless. Her movements were precise, aimed at crushing the last hope of resistance. The red energy came from Aaron's collar she wore, but her resolve stayed rock solid, fueled by what's at stake in this fight. A dark red aura seeped from Erin's necklace, unnoticed by all. Even Erin herself was unaware. Was it a good sign or not? Another wave of destruction loomed, shaking the defenders as the monstrous enemy leader stepped forward, radiating overwhelming malice in the face of despair. A brave knight shielded the innocent behind him, letting out a war cry to keep hope alive. Brian stood against the beast, facing its monstrous form, exuding an aura that chilled the air with every move. With a smaller figure clinging to his arm, Brian held his ground, knowing retreat wasn't an option. In that moment, he gritted his teeth, pushing back against the overwhelming power, determined to find a way to turn the tide. Amelie embraced him from behind, saying she believed in him, but Brian thought she was a little too close. The beast roared, its fury palpable as Brian readied his stance, whispering a silent promise to protect at all costs. The battle raged on. The beast's attacks were relentless as Brian parried blow after blow with precision and sheer willpower. A faint glimmer of hope flickered when one of his counterattacks landed true, staggering the creature. For a moment, exhaustion set in. But Brian's resolve did not waver. Failure was not an option. Silence briefly fell, as if the world held its breath, waiting to see who would prevail. The beast's claws lunged again, but this time Brian stood firm, channeling every ounce of strength into a solid block. Brian braced himself, shield raised high, feeling the immense pressure of the relentless beast as the clash reached its peak. A blinding light exploded, dazzling everyone nearby and throwing the battlefield into chaos. The beast let out one last desperate roar. Its glowing eyes locked onto Brian as he charged with wild fury when the dust settled. Brian got up, battered, but unbroken, his victory a testament to his unbreakable spirit. The beast's form crumbled, leaving a heavy silence as the battlefield witnessed Brian's impossible triumph. Brian's eyes widened as he noticed a faint, ominous glow wrapping around Nana, and her face shifted into something unrecognizable. Emily froze, unsure whether to step in or trust Nana's new power to turn the battle their way. Nana stepped forward. A wave of energy surged through her, and the beast halted, sensing a greater force. The transformation was complete. Nana's presence radiated power. Her steady gaze met the massive creatures without fear. The air trembled as Nana's unleashed aura collided with the beast's, sending a shockwave through the ground. Under the pale moonlight, distant screams echoed as the night brought both chaos and an eerie silence to the battlefield. Shadows shifted in the dark and the enemy advanced with calculated speed, forcing the defenders to brace for another strike. A glowing magic circle flared brightly as a mage cast a protective spell to halt the incoming attack. A lone warrior leapt forward, blades slicing sharply, scattering the first wave of foes with a fierce cry. Water surged like a tidal wave, cutting through enemy ranks. Every ripple was a testament to unbreakable determination. Liz scanned the battlefield, her resolve hardening as she realized brute force alone wouldn't win this fight. She fought tirelessly, with fluid but calculated movements, repelling wave after wave of attackers with every swing of her sword. Blood dripped from her lip, but she pressed on, knowing hesitation would only lead to her doom. Suddenly, a blinding flash interrupted her rhythm, an unexpected strike that made her stagger. Her focus broke briefly. She caught her breath and calmed herself, eyes fixed on the battlefield, determined to find a new strategy. The skeletal figure stood before Elise, its dark energy palpable as she realized it was fueled by darkness, forbidden magic. She gripped her sword tightly, resisting the pull. Fear washed over her, knowing hesitation would only strengthen that dark magic. Elise's mind swirled with memories of sacred light, the only magic capable of purging such corrupt forces. The image of an angelic figure, radiant and pure, convinced her that light magic was her only hope. Determination took hold. If channeling sacred light was the way forward, Liz would do it. She then called on Aaron, raising a glowing sword. Their plan was to imbue it with his holy mana. Aaron hesitated, torn between protecting his knights and the urgent need to defeat the enemy with divine power. But the knight reassured her, promising to stand firm no matter the cost. Trust replaced doubt. He said they could hold this brief moment. Please, trust them. Erin nodded slightly, understanding and agreeing to start infusing his mana into her sword so they could win this battle. Liz held the radiant sword, blessing the light, her golden light pulsing with divine energy. Steady in her resolve, she prepared to strike as the sacred energy surged through her weapon, lighting up the battlefield while the allies felt hope reborn against the overwhelming darkness. A swirl of blue and gold magic exploded, clashing violently with the enemy's dark aura, shaking the ground fiercely. Ellie's expression sharpened, her voice steady in her mind, fully trusting her instincts as she poured everything into a decisive attack. The masked figure lay defeated on the ground as the dark energy swirled, a sign the trouble was far from over. Cian studied the fallen foe, gathering clues from the mask and whispered fragments about forbidden magic brewing nearby. His thoughts raced as he realized this might be a ploy linked to Eshel. The air grew tense, filled with the presence of a human being, feelings. Cian's sharp gaze locked onto the strange energy. Kirin realized the unfolding events were shaping their fate forever. Demonic forces and artifacts. He paused, staring at the shattered remains. A silent vow formed to uncover the sinister plot. A chill ran down Cian's spine as he pieced it together. More was at stake than he'd thought. He adjusted his suit, brushed off the dust, and readied himself for the next move. Shadows seemed to stretch endlessly behind him. A surge of blue energy burst as they collided with another presence. Her calm exterior masked the storm brewing within. She is the spirit Marianne Louvant. What did he see? He asked. Is that the spirit Marianne? He summoned her momentarily, merging the light element's mana with the woman before them, a stranger yet familiar. She summoned radiant energy. Who prepared for a battle of wits? Her piercing gaze bore into the spirit as her aura ignited. This was no coincidence. They had to stop Elise. Blue light enveloped her, the air crackling. Leuben could feel the connection to the powerful forces at play. She grew taller, drawing attention as energy spiraled and the atmosphere thickened, challenging even Elise's steady resolve. Divine whispers surrounded her, echoing the gravity of her mission. Marianne sensed her strength but wondered what she sought from her. The fiery climax roared while visions of chaos danced. They clenched their fists, knowing this was just the beginning. Divine energy clashed violently, tearing at the air. Marianne braced as she felt overwhelming power. A sharp command rang out and the entity unleashed a forceful wave that shattered defenses in its path. The atmosphere shifted as the devastating blast tore through, leaving behind an eerie silence, and debris scattered across the battlefield. Watching from afar, two women marveled at the power on display but knew this was far from over. As the shadow stirred, the fallen figures began to rise again, their unnatural movements driven by unseen forces. Aaron stepped forward, eyes sharp, ready to face the growing threat. There was no room for hesitation anymore. In the air hung a warning urging caution, but Elise's focus was unwavering. Determined to end this chaos, she drew strength from the authority of the Spirit King, Rangomante. Elise unleashed a burst of radiant light that pierced the suffocating darkness. The battlefield lit up briefly, and Cian charged forward, gripping tightly the weapon that held the key to victory. Amid the light, an unexpected figure appeared. Face concealed, but energy unmistakable, either a friend or a new foe. Suddenly, Elise's eyes glowed with a haunting light, exuding an aura that sent chills through everyone present. Louvain and Aaron watched with curiosity. Suddenly, Elise's energy halted as someone touched her hand. The dark substance covering the figure pulsed with unnatural energy, raising unsettling questions about its origin and purpose. Elise's sharp instinct warned her that uncovering the truth behind this enemy would change the course of her journey forever. A heavy confrontation loomed, setting the stage for a battle that would define the next chapter. Elise was frozen in place. Her body froze as a crimson aura wrapped around her, stopping every move. The masked figure approached, its lifeless presence growing stronger. Eli felt a chilling sense of fate as shadows thickened around her. Desperation crossed her face, realizing she was cornered and outmatched. Lady Marian's voice cut through the chaos, her aura glowing, a final hope against despair. Divine energy surged from Marianne, lighting up the battlefield. Her actions spoke volumes. Her will burned fiercely against the darkness consuming her. The crimson force struck Elise hard, pushing her back. She clutched her chest, fighting to stand through the pain. Kneeling briefly, she gripped her weapon tighter. Power clash drained her, but she pressed on, refusing to yield. Elise's racing thoughts bore the weight of survival, but Marianne's determination rekindled her fight. Divine energy flared as Marianne summoned her power one last time, setting the stage for a battle that could change everything. Levan whispered to Erin just before rushing in. He said the entity there blocked his mana and nullified the spirit's form. The masked figure moved unnaturally, blending with the shadows. It wasn't clear if it was human or something worse. Enemies around her lunged, their words filled with curiosity, and Lee readied herself. Exhaustion pushed back by sheer will amid the clash. A figure emerged from shadows, swiftly taking down foes. Their arrival instantly shifted the tide while Liz watched from afar, her body still gathering strength from unknown mysteries. Mysterious allies hinted at deeper secrets yet to unfold. Lee stared, confused. The figure wasn't an enemy, but the identity was still Cloak. A glimmer of hope sparked again. The clash intensified as crimson energy surged through the room, spreading chaos. Cian moved with strategy, watching every calculated move of the masked figures. They called forth more shadowy allies, their shapes twisting unnaturally. Cian braced himself, planning his next decisive strike. Cian watched as these things started rushing toward the princess and her entourage the moment she stepped back. He then asked Kirin if he could sense any strange mana among them. Kirin stepped away from the boy named Lunav and noticed a familiar resonance in Princess Aron's necklace, linking it to the overwhelming power of the artifacts. The stakes had just gotten higher. Cian realized this wasn't an ordinary fight. The artifact wasn't just destructive, it was reshaping reality itself. The masked figure unleashed the dimension of creation, distorting the battlefield into a foggy, endless void filled with countless shadowy beings. The mist's hold exploded into chaos as shadow creatures tore through. Their presence seemed endless, drowning the chamber in red amid the turmoil. The soldiers fought bravely, but fear gripped their ranks. The mist's disorienting effect began to shatter their resolve. Everyone stood firm, eyes locked on the fog. Cian knew the mist could be broken, but it called for a calculated risk. The black fog around the masked figure flickered, apparently reacting to the divine energy Cian unleashed against it. The mist started clinging to the cloaked figures. They felt their bodies freeze, as if being dragged into the ground. Ayla saw that severing the artifact's link made the black fog collapse, swallowing the masked figure in a chilling, silent end. The mist vanished abruptly, leaving behind an eerie silence. The room seemed untouched, as if the chaos never happened. Liz and her allies stayed close. Their eyes were distant but focused. They couldn't believe the silence, as if nothing had ever occurred. Aaron examined the aftermath, his expression grave. The unsettling quiet in the room amplified the weight of their unanswered questions. Luna's sudden collapse caught everyone's attention. Usually strong, she wavered as a strange energy shrouded her trembling form. Aaron stepped closer, concern marked on his face. Luna's connection to the unfolding chaos seemed undeniable, though unclear. A masked figure appeared, its presence deeply unsettling. He grabbed Aaron tightly. His aura radiated hostility. As the tension grew, the room plunged into chaos. Once again, the allies surged forward, desperate to intercept the figure whose threatening intent became clear. The masked figure's grip tightened, pulling Aaron closer. The scream of the night tore through the room. Its desperation echoed the sound of resistance. Everyone at the edges recognized the masked figure's swift movements. Realizing that the Aran necklace was central to this plan, Cian quickly destroyed the one Eren wore. Instantly, a red aura flared. The knight's scream grew louder as it fixed its gaze on the helpless Eren in the figure's grasp. Lee stretched out his hand, slicing through the mist, his sword aimed precisely at the masked figure. Born from desperation and resolve, the mist cleared as the knight's strike hit true. The masked figure staggered, loosening its grip on Eren, wavering slightly. The knight seized the moment, his will stronger than his fear. He rushed forward, searching through the fog. The figure's shape shifted unnaturally. Suddenly, Cian appeared behind Luna, who had fainted. Aaron noticed Fee's worry. Aaron's breathing steadied as Cian held Luna close. But questions remained. Who was the masked figure and what did they want? Cian then placed his hand over Luna's unconscious body. A red aura surrounded her. Eren looked on, uneasy. Aaron activated his ability, God's Sting. Its divine energy pierced the masked figure with a blinding flash. "Thank you." The masked figure recoiled, its form flickering like smoke. The strike seemed to unbalance it, but it didn't fall. Aaron kept his relentless attacks, forcing the figure to retreat, dissolving into the mist and leaving only silence behind. He stood among his allies, exhausted. The demonic beasts faltered, their link to the artifacts severed. Finally, Aaron examined the necklace given to his brother, realizing its connection to everything. Questions swirled in his mind about the figure's motives. The group headed to the main door. Aaron reflected on the figure's words as the fog lifted, revealing a clear path. Soldiers regrouped around Aaron, ensuring everyone's safety. He shook his head, determined to put others ahead of his lingering fear. As they rested, Aaron's thoughts lingered on the masked figure's identity. The encounter left him with too many questions. Luna, now calm, leaned on Elise. Her weakened state reminded everyone how close they'd come to losing her. Elise took it upon herself to protect them all, her focus sharp. They agreed to regroup and uncover the masked man's plan. A mysterious aura filled the room when Yunob spotted a shadow looming, and her gaze sharpened with rising dread. Suddenly, a beast lunged at the group with wild energy. Chaos erupted as its roars filled the room. Nana surprisingly moved with unmatched speed. Her strike stunned Amelie, who couldn't believe Nana's new ferocity. Bran whispered, confused, wondering if Nana was really the same person. Her transformation hinted at a deeply buried secret. Brian calmed himself, thinking the power awakening in Nana could either save or doom them all. A shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in purple energy. Its monstrous wings and claws spread terror, heralding chaos amid the downpour. As the crimson sky loomed over the ancient city, whispers of betrayal rippled through the quiet street. A shadowy figure moved swiftly under the cover of night, his mission carved by years of resentment and loss. The eerie glow from the pendant Aaron wore cast a haunting light, hinting at dark powers within. It's very likely that the Ruinous One gave it to him. They profited most from this incident, hailed as Empire heroes for protecting the Emperor from countless demon beasts. Kirin said it bluntly. Those two orchestrated everything for themselves, and Kirin leapt from the rooftop. The cold night air rushed past as they chased the pulsating aura of the pendants. Kian's resolve hardened as he stood his ground. He'd helped them commit sins far worse than this before. Maybe he's even darker than they are. Kirin assessed the scene quietly, noticing the weariness etched on Kian's face. Then she asked, "Is he coming too?" Cian said Nan was waiting for him. Kirin nodded, her mind on something since she saw the princess's necklace earlier. It's about Amal and Kian's curiosity. Kirin waited before she spoke again. There's something important about their servant Amelie. Kirin said she caught the scent of the day's stone on her. Cian froze in shock. He couldn't believe what she said. Nana's sharp instincts kicked in. She said she smelled something. Something delicious from Amelie. Her teeth morphed into dragon-like fangs. With a defiant scream, Amelie said she wasn't tasty at all. Meanwhile, Brian told Nana to calm down. Brian shielded Amelie from the blast. His resolve was unyielding, despite the overwhelming force trying to crush them both. As the dust settled, a towering figure stepped out of the shadows. His menacing smile marked the true start of chaos. Memories from the past flooded the air as Brian tightly held Nana, his heart torn, passing the weight of his promise to protect her. Nana then lashed out fiercely. Her claws glowed with a malicious purple as Brian braced for a desperate defense. With a piercing scream, Emily screamed in fear when Nana approached them. Nana seemed ready to devour her. Brian hesitated. His hands trembled under the weight of his choices, pushing back against his oath in a burst of light and shadow. Anyone who stood before Brian and Emily's protection was left only with silence and a faint pulsing glow once the dust settled. Nana launched the attack on Cain, and Cain screamed in pain. His claws left a deep gash on Kian's back. Kirin appeared beside Emily. Her strength was fading, but her resolve was solid, whispering a silent prayer to survive. The winds roared as the relic's aura intensified. swirling through the battlefield with a promise of untamed chaotic power. Kirin stepped forward. She found Amelie's tie. Knowing this was their last shot at peace or total ruin, Kirin dropped the tie to the ground. Amelie said it was the tie that young Master Ezel gave her. Kirin then stomped on the tie, breaking it. Seramo asked why Kirin would destroy the tie he gave her. Kirin shouted at Nana to wake up, mocking all their efforts to resist her control. Anna collapsed, drained from the earlier shock, while Kirin positioned herself between her and the looming threat. Without hesitation, the skies darkened further, and thunder cracked above as Kirin told Nana that her favorite dad was here to lend strength for one last desperate stand. Nana then opened her eyes, asking what was happening. She saw the wound on Kian's back and asked, "Did she do this to Kian?" Kian moved forward, blood dripping from his back, his focus unbroken despite mounting pain. He let out a sharp breath as memories of his near-death turned chaotic. Her responsibility towards Nana fueled her determination to keep moving forward. Dark energy surrounded Nana, her figure trembling yet powerful. As Kian prepared for what lay ahead, Brian stayed close, watching the chaos unfold. Calculating his next move amid the tension, the shattered floor beneath them creaked. A shadow emerged from the darkness, leaving the once grand hall in total disarray. Ruinal entered cautiously, his sharp gaze piercing through the destruction and unsettling calm filling the air. The ruined chamber felt unnervingly still, the atmosphere heavy as if something unseen lingered just beyond reach. Runel moved alongside Eschel, silently assessing the scene. His stance was rigid, noting every broken detail. The gathered group seemed lost in confusion, the room's emptiness swallowing any sound that might have offered answers. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence, grabbing everyone's attention. The weight of the moment gripped them, and Darren moved swiftly, heart pounding, focused on reaching the one person she had to protect. The sight of her father unharmed offered a brief relief, but her mind was already racing toward the next challenge. Familiar faces gathered, their shared presence grounding her as she braced for what the ruins held. Recent events had drawn them closer. Their shared experiences had formed bonds that would be tested in the battles ahead. Ruinal's figure caught her eye. His resolve mirrored hers as they silently acknowledged the fight was far from over. Ruinal's determined gaze swept the room. She said she was glad Eren hadn't died. She stood tall despite lingering fatigue. The weight of the harsh words on her shoulders didn't shake her steady resolve. The gathered crowd silently watched her obvious discomfort. Aaron's presence offered a fragile sense of security amidst the tension. Stanem stayed alert nearby, quietly readying for unseen dangers that might arise as alliances wavered. A silent understanding passed between them as they acknowledged the shared burden of protecting their loved ones. Aaron's keen senses caught a shift in the air. The weight of unspoken plans felt heavier with each step. Ruinel smiled, satisfied after whispering with Eschel. His expression unreadable, yet his presence carried a troubling blend of power and hidden intents. As they took it in, the tension between them grew. A quiet battle of wills surged beneath their controlled movements. The halls echoed with measured steps of those standing firm, their loyalty tested by emerging revelations. Rinal said he was going to arrest Lunav Rain River, although the truth seemed within reach. It carried the dark promise that tougher challenges still lay ahead. Eschel narrowed his eyes, racing to piece together the web of secrets unraveling before them. Aron told Runel that Lunab had saved many people along with her. The king asked the same. "What kind of insolence is this?" and ordered him to lower his sword. Tension exploded as accusations flew, each word fueling uncertainty and breaking the trust within the group. Lunab kept his composure steady, hiding the storm of emotions swirling inside as conflicting loyalties tested their fragile unity. Then Izel informed the king that suspicious mana had been spotted near his quarters yesterday afternoon. The atmosphere grew tense when Aron stood beside his father. The tension was thick, his eyes unwavering as the dispute unfolded. Rinald's resolve wavered briefly under the weight of expectations, but his inner strength surfaced, silencing his doubts. The weight of responsibility grew heavier, and Karwaran took it on. Her mind was already crafting plans to uncover the truth. Rinald watched silently, his sharp mind unraveling threads of deceit intertwined with their shared mission. He said to leave it to him. A fleeting doubt flickered through Luna's mind, but her determination stood firm. She wouldn't back down. In the end, Lunag, Ren, Redor, and the Garam Council members were arrested and investigated. Aron's assistant and 3 others helped shield the bursts alongside the other knights, while long processions filled the imperial capital streets, mourning the deaths of Marquis Tren and the Emperor's brother, Cain, and Elise. Now in her room, Elise reflected on the cost of protecting the innocent amid chaotic tides of conflict. Cain told her she didn't have to do this for him, but Elise told him to stay still. This was natural for her as his older sister. Quiet moments allowed them to reflect on battles fought and lives changed. Cian and Elise shared a silent understanding that deepened their bond, forged by past memories. If it hadn't been for that person, Cian wouldn't have made it out safely that day. Fleeting memories haunted Elise, her thoughts drifting to the mysterious figure whose shadow still loomed over her path. The weight of unanswered questions lingered, driving Elise to train harder, preparing Cian for the inevitable confrontation ahead. As the sun set, they both found comfort in their shared resilience. Elise remarked that Cian had put on quite a bit of weight, right? The calm exchange between Cian and Elise brought a sense of relief, a brief respite from their burdens. Sunlight filtering through the windows eased the tension just a bit. Though the weight of past events lingered faintly, Ishil appeared, his usual calm hiding a subtle curiosity sparked by their mutual understanding and camaraderie. Cayense soothed the lingering aches from the battle, a reminder of the determination driving her recovery. Liz watched quietly with a knowing look as the group readied themselves for what was to come. The discovery of the mysterious artifact unveiled truths that deepened their understanding, but also raised more questions about their enemy's true intentions. A chilling sense of realization spread as Cayenne and Essel pieced together fragments left by the Lunar Rain River schemes. The eerie glow of the artifacts hinted at something far greater. An invisible hand guided the chaos they sought to unravel. Every clue painted a picture of greater conspiracies, linking shadowy figures to the unfolding events. The group's resolve hardened. They wouldn't let these schemes dictate the fate of those they swore to protect. Cian stood by the balcony, his mind clouded with unanswered questions and a faint memory of the mysterious figure from before. The stillness around him mirrored his uncertainty. His resolve was only strengthened by what lay ahead. Eze asked Cian to question Cian again. Did anyone give him anything? Cian looked at him. Seeing this, Cian realized this wasn't an investigation. The scapegoating had begun. Cain smiled smugly. The scene shifted. Someone swung their legs. Their silent understanding was a testament to the trust they'd built. The distant figure sat quietly against the city backdrop. A foreboding presence stirred unease in the air. Suddenly, a realization struck Amelie like lightning. A name connected to Khan's thoughts. His maiden was in grave danger, out of sight. He asked Cian again, "Did anyone give him anything?" Cian looked at him. Cian saw it too. This wasn't a real investigation. The scapegoat game had started. Overwhelmed by pressure, Cian smiled weakly and pretended to feel dizzy. His head spun as the weight of the situation unbalanced him. Ely hurried to steady him, genuine concern briefly breaking the tense atmosphere. The doctor's orders haunted Ely. Cayenne's fragile recovery demanded absolute rest, though his cunning mind was scheming beneath the surface, and Liz obediently calmed Cayenne, hiding the plans brewing in his mind, masking his intentions with a facade of compliance. A faint memory of past interactions surfaced. Cian considered if there were any loose ends in his intricate web of deals. Unfazed, Cian dismissed the hypothetical risks, confident no one could infiltrate or survive the chaos he had crafted in the hostile territories. Feeling his challenge, Cian indirectly warned him, but Ezel stood firm, with his subtle smile as a shield for his iron will. Watching Cian's resistance, Ezel stepped back briefly, pondering his mysterious reply. But it's definitely good news he doesn't have to handle eliminating anyone himself. Ezel silently vowed to seize any chance against his brother. His ambitions sparked by fierce determination, his crimson gaze reflecting a turbulent past feeding his resolve. The weight of revenge began to solidify in his heart. Elise spoke Cain's name. Speakers abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Her stern demeanor reminded him of her unwavering care and authority. Cian stepped back as Elise's intervention grew persistent. His frustration spilled over as she scolded him for risking his fragile health. An ominous presence suddenly loomed, blood staining the floor, signaling an unexpected threat lurking just outside. A dark figure stepped forward, its heavy presence crushing the room's tension, sword in hand, glowing eerily, blood seeping onto the cold ground. A sign of the choices made and the fate sealed under the watchful eyes of shadows. Kneeling in pain, the victim uttered the final plea, life slipping away as the executioner's resolve stayed unbroken. The figure in ambush spoke words of judgment, ending their part in a task heavy on their conscience. With the mission done, the figure vanished down the dark corridor, carrying the burden of survival and silent ambitions. A crimson mark ignited the forbidden stealth, awakening a feral power as the assassin called upon an ancient dark force. The shadows roared wildly, engulfing the room. The mark throbbed, turning the assassin's surroundings into a storm of chaotic energy. Seal's power shifted into a glowing orb, drawing the assassin's focus as the intent grew alarmingly clear. Sinister creatures emerged, monstrous in shape, encircling the steadfast figure. Ready to wield the stealth's power on command, the beasts charged forward with chaos, swallowing everything in sight, leaving ruin and twisted order in the soft morning light. Emily moved through the city, her boots softly tapping on the cobblestones. Her thoughts drifted toward the bright horizon, hinting at a calm day, but keen senses caught a familiar yet unexpected presence nearby. Her eyes widened as she turned, heart quickening at the sight of an old acquaintance standing silently. Sir Brian greeted her warmly, offering freshly picked apples. Emily accepted with a hesitant smile, wondering if this peaceful moment was just the calm before another storm. Emily then takes the apple from Brian. She's biting into the apple he handed her, savoring the taste. Brian sits down beside her, commenting on the nice weather, and Emily agrees. She asks how long they're supposed to be here. Brian stays still, firm in his decision. The law weighs heavy. He says Cian told them to wait until he gives further orders. Cian looks at the tie in his hand and asks if Eshel gave it to him. Amelie replies it's to celebrate her first solo social event. Cian sat in the dark, reflecting on his failed role and the weight of the new relentless missions. Using his own magic, he instantly destroyed the tie, shocking Amelie with his action. Cian warned Amelie that neither the imperial capital nor the Bertie mansion would be safe for her, so she should hide somewhere until further orders. Cian then called Brian, who was still busy cleaning the blood from Nana's mouth. Aaron seemed very weak but answered Cian, asking what had happened. Cian looked at him and explained he had more to do. Brian was asked to accompany Emily, and he agreed. Cian gently stroked Nana's head and told Brian to take care of her too. Nana felt Cian's head resting softly on hers. The morning brought a gentler pace as Cian smiled at Nana and said they'd be apart for a while. "Please, don't cry," he said. Her weapon, a loyal companion, faintly gleamed in the sunlight, a quiet reminder of the duties still waiting. Emily appeared, connecting briefly with Brian, and asked if Nana was feeling better. Brian replied that Nana had been struggling the last few days. The moment with them felt calm and peaceful. Brian noted that Cain seemed to have been through a lot while he was away. Nana still looked like she was asleep. Amelie said, "To think the girl he believed was his maid was actually a dragonborn." Brian shared that thought, breaking the tense atmosphere as Lady Amelie reflected on Cain's burdens. Brian's heart skipped when a sudden memory surfaced, bits of his past intertwining with the troubling present. Brian's surprised expression revealed his discomfort, trying to understand Amelie's reaction and unspoken feelings. Amelie's resolve grew stronger. Her radiant smile hid inner turmoil as she tried to ease the mood for Brian. He stood silently, quietly admiring her strength, sensing the depth of her unwavering determination. Brian's calculating smile returned, his plans weaving silently like a spider's web beneath his calm exterior. The sight of sealed artifacts. Whispers of ruin and betrayal lingered in the air. His sharp gaze narrowed as hidden truths demanded their reckoning. In the hall, a confrontation brewed, heated accusations echoing off cold stone walls, while justice clashed with stubborn pride. The old man's fury broke loose. His voice sliced through the air like a blade, questioning loyalty and strength in a single breath. Runel absorbed every word, masking a storm within as he planned his next move amid the tense atmosphere. He asked, "What is there to fear in the Garam kingdom?" A sudden explosion shattered the tension. Flames engulfed the room in chaos, while power and authority wavered under Runel's gaze. The map, scarred from conflict, highlighted territories in turmoil. Every line revealed what was at stake in the coming battle. The king stared at the map with resolve. The upcoming fight would decide the kingdom's future and its ultimate fate. A royal decree sealed their destiny. The king's words bore weight that neither Runel nor his foes could ignore. The old man's final warning loomed heavy. His narrowed eyes promised revenge. As Runel braced for the storm ahead, the king's frustration boiled over. His voice thundered, declaring such acts unworthy of the emperor's grace and wisdom, and the expression, the old man's stern tone sharpened, highlighting the importance of the stunned stone, and a heavy tension filled the air with an unspoken accusation. The elder questioned releasing a dangerous relic, shaking the court's fragile calm. The king's harsh words struck deep, a rare moment of personal criticism as he reflected on past disappointments and failures. Runel denied quickly, but his trembling eyes betrayed inner turmoil, unsure how long he'd withstand his father's fury. The king's piercing gaze showed clear disappointment in Runel, unfavorably comparing him to Aaron, a shadow cast over his legacy. A single move dismissed Runel. He left heavy with shame and anger. The lingering tension gripped everyone in the room. A faint whisper of Aaron's name sparked something dark inside Runel, a boiling rage threatening to consume his fleeting composure. He stormed out enraged. Aaron's name echoed bitterly in his mind as a symbol of failure. Consumed by revenge, Runel muttered curses that exposed his fractured state, plotting retaliation as he vowed to regain control. The palace halls shook at Runel's passing. His furious presence made guards clear the way, avoiding his fiery path. His unleashed wrath startled the attendants, who stumbled over words to calm him, falling on deaf ears. The sight of hesitant servants only fueled his ire. His booming voice demanded immediate action, patience wearing thin. A violent outburst shattered the calm, knocking attendants aside. Runel's volatile nature leaves chaos in his wake. With fierce determination, he stormed into the palace. His ambition burned hotter as plans for revenge took shape in his mind. A tense silence filled the room as Runel's hand clenched into a fist, his anger simmering beneath a calm facade. Aaron's crimson eyes blazed with fury. A storm was coming as he prepared to face the one challenging his authority. Aaron's calm stood in sharp contrast to Runel's unrest. His subtle smile revealed unshakable confidence, fueled by the chaotic energy surrounding his brother. He stared at Runel, ready for the impending confrontation. A spark of rivalry flared again. Runel's voice thundered, declaring his intent to settle things head-on. His boiling rage demanded reckoning with his formidable sister. Resmas stood firm. Her steady stance contrasted with the noble's arrogance, creating a fierce silent standoff. The noble's words failed to shake Resmas, whose cold gaze and calm posture spoke volumes of her restraint and poise. A sharp, chilling energy surrounds Resmas, making his opponent falter slightly as he senses the immense determination behind his stoic expression. The noble's confidence crumbles when Aaron exudes a calm but commanding presence, silencing the arrogance that once filled the room. Aaron's silent authority overwhelms the noble, who finally realizes this showdown won't end as expected. Ruin listens closely, his piercing eyes revealing a readiness to counter the noble's provocations with calculated precision and resolve. A subtle tension lingers as Aaron ponders the noble's next move, guided by his sharp instincts. Sensing something off in the meeting, Aaron's calm confidence unsettles the noble, whose brazen demeanor starts to waver under the assassin's unyielding presence. The silence breaks when Runel subtly shifts his stance, signaling he's ready for anything. His serene expression fades briefly. A flash of understanding crosses the king's face. When Aaron reveals something unexpected, the king's stern gaze fixes on him, questioning him about the collar and everything he's brought. Aaron stands firm, with a quiet determination etched on his face. A crimson glow fills the room as the mysterious artifact radiates an ominous energy, capturing everyone's attention. The king recounts the artifact's dark history. Its power once controlled demonic creatures, its purpose now shrouded in mystery. Aaron silently reflects on the king's words, recalling tales of the extraperlista. It was revealed they've been making deals for quite some time. As the king finishes his explanation, Aaron's resolve hardens, aware of the weight of what lies ahead and his role in it. The king mentions two figures and their frequent meetings with Ruinel, raising doubts about the mysterious origins of the callers. Aaron keeps his composure as the king presses for answers. His repeated refusals reveal both honesty and underlying frustration. The king pauses, gauging Aaron's response. His expression softens, realizing Aaron might not have the answers he seeks. Aaron's attention shifts as she considers the broader implications of the ruin's link to the cursed gem's unsettling power. A calm determination appears on Erin's face as she resolves to delve deeper into her path, tangled with dangerous secrets. Arendt looks at the king, a flicker of understanding crossing her face, knowing she can no longer remain a passive observer. Memories of battles fought and decisions made surge back to Erin, her red eyes burning with resolve to face the growing darkness. The urgency builds as Erin rushes down the corridor. Her mind races with thoughts on how to stop the chaos amid the confusion. Her resolve hardens. She can no longer delay action. Her purpose is clear, her path set. The atmosphere thickens as Ruinal prepares to face a powerful force. His unshakable determination shines despite the mounting tension. Erin's presence demands attention as she calmly addresses the room's tension. Her serene demeanor hides her inner resolve. Erin's sharp gaze silences any objections. An unexpected reaction shifts the room's mood. His expression softens slightly, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability beneath his strength. A silent figure enters, drawing everyone's attention. Ruinel's demeanor shifts subtly, surprise and warmth flickering across his face. Ruinel steps forward with confident ease, radiating an impossible-to-ignore presence. His arrival sparks questions and quiet curiosity among those present. He approaches silently, a subtle tension between him and the attendant. The air thick with unspoken reflections on past actions after their silent acknowledgement. A sharp exchange of glances breaks the awkwardness as both try to clear up the misunderstanding. Cian's composed facade hides his inner turmoil as he ponders the implications of recent events, trying to make sense of them. Feeling annoyed, Ruinel asked Cian, "Are you joking with him right now? How dare he snap at me?" Cian approaches Erin, his eyes narrowing slightly as he weighs Ruinel's role in the chaos before him. He asks, "What are you going to do about it?" Cian stares down his companion. Ruinel's emotions briefly betray his composure as he struggles to process the recent revelation. His calm falters slightly. His instincts sharpen, sensing an unseen danger on the horizon. Ruinel reminds him sharply, "I told you." He asks Ezel, "Why are you trying to take out your younger brother?" A flicker of doubt crosses Ruinel's face when Eshel calls Cian a disgrace. His expression suddenly turns serious. The room falls silent. Eshel says there's something hidden that defies ordinary logic. That fact irritates him greatly. The great hall feels smaller as Cian steps forward, his imposing presence drawing all attention to his measured actions. A sharp glance from Ruinel tests Cian's calm and steals his resolve to prove himself once again. The confrontation heats up as Ruinel's response reveals deep frustration, his words calculated but bursting with held-back emotion. Cian's red eyes glimmer from afar, silently weighing the tough choices Ruinel will soon have to face. The echoes of the clash linger as Ruinel turns away. A shadow of doubt crosses his face. Otherwise composed, Ruinel steps aside, his calm contrasting the tense room where murmurs of past conflicts still ripple. A subtle exchange of apologies shifts the mood, while both Resmas and Ruinel cautiously nod, acknowledging their faults. Cian's sharp instincts keep him alert as his eyes briefly narrow at an unusual flicker in the distance. The noble bows, respectfully expressing his gratitude. As Cian's thoughts drift to deeper matters, his resolve solidifies with each passing moment. Aaron watches silently, his sharp gaze catching the growing weight on Cian. His expression softens, blending admiration with concern. Suddenly, Aaron's outburst commands the room's attention as he lunges forward with unexpected energy, catching Cian off guard. Raising an eyebrow, Cian doubts Aaron's intent as the fiery outburst shifts to light, unrestrained teasing. The brief light-heartedness fades as Cian readies himself to shed his calm facade, hiding the storm of thoughts swirling inside. Aaron's gaze follows Cian as he leaves, his mind racing with the next steps and potential consequences. The noblewoman stays behind, puzzled by Aaron's sudden mood shift as the air thickens with unresolved tension. A threatening figure confronts Eshel, their presence heavy with resentment. Their words drip with bitterness and restrained frustration. Eshel stands firm, unwavering, as the figure's accusations reveal cracks in their once confident facade. Runo lashes out. His voice rises in despair, a reflection of the chaos and betrayal that led to his downfall. Ashoskom's reply only deepens the figure's anguish. Their cries turn into a desperate plea for redemption or acknowledgement as the confrontation escalates. Ruhnau's silent judgment lands the final blow, leaving the figure in despair, their ambitions shattered. Boris greets his comrades with calm, his serene demeanor hiding sinister motives behind his respectful facade, while a subtle exchange sparks intrigue. In hushed tones, they reveal plans to pursue the mysterious artifact linked to Aaron. The group complains about underestimating Aaron's allies, frustration coloring their voices after repeated setbacks. Boris unveils a glowing relic, its ominous energy captivating everyone as he explains its role in their schemes. The trio stands united, focused on a plan harnessing the artifact's dark power. As Boris presents it, the artifact glows fiercely, its menacing aura pulsing with dangerous, forbidden energy. The artifact emits a crimson glow as Boris explains its extraordinary powers. Brunel watches silently, a mix of awe and unease on his face. His fierce determination clashes with the revelation of artifacts linked to ancient, sinister forces. The room fills with tension as the true nature of the artifact is unveiled. A mana blade demon, capable of unspeakable destruction. Boris confidently smiles, holding the artifact high, his belief in its power fueling his resolve to complete his dark mission. Boris hints that the true bearer of the artifacts has been found. His cryptic words point to a dangerous figure hiding among their enemies. A dark, monstrous entity serves itself at the table. Its horrific form shocks even the toughest warrior, Ryan, who senses growing unease as he hears something like a crab's scream. "What's with that awful look?" Cian and Aaron stay silent, their shared understanding strengthening their resolve to eat the meal before them. The mood briefly brightens as Amelie admires the chaos. His naive enthusiasm clashes with the tension in the room. He notices the distance shifts slightly, catching the eye of a careful observer, filling the table with suspicion. Aaron and Cian keep a calm front, though tension simmers beneath their casual exchanges. Cian grows uneasy, wipes his mouth and says if he stays longer, Isel might catch him. With a quick glance at Emily, he checks on her safety, then excuses himself. His exit is swift but deliberate, fading into the shadows. A figure watches Cian as he leaves, his expression unreadable, but his intent clearly ominous. Cian steps outside, mind racing with plans for what lies beyond the gates. With stern instructions, Cian entrusts a task to his allies. His confidence in their skills is clear despite the looming tension. The trusted ally acknowledges Cian's words firmly, promising to keep watch in his absence. As the air thickens, Cian closes the door behind him, the faint sound echoing as he braces for the trials ahead. As he ventures into the open plain, Cian's cloak flutters slightly. His steps are purposeful, heading toward the unknown horizon. A shadowy figure steps forward. It's Harika. Her piercing gaze cuts through the silence, her meaning hidden in cryptic, foreboding words. The tension rises as Cian listens carefully to the challengers hinting at secrets buried deep within the fragile web of alliances. Outside, Cian's calm remains unshaken, though his sharp mind races to weigh the vague threat looming before him. The figure's identity is revealed with a chilling announcement, eyes blazing with fierce resolve. Cian Bertel, the name is proclaimed. The city's silhouette stands stark against the sunset sky, shadows lengthening as tension quietly brews beneath its rooftops. A sly smile spreads across Drenian's face, coming to Sarika's mind as she recalls the death of Drenian Napolas. Sarika pulls her hood tighter. Speaking with Cian, each step feels lighter, as if a purpose guides her movements. She asks, how did Cian know? Who told Cian that Drenion was a target for purification anyway? But is it still important to Sarika? And did Sarika say it's really important? The sharpness in Sarika's gaze reflected her determination. She knew what was at stake. Tonight, there was no room for hesitation. Could Cian be a spy? A silent breeze carried a subtle challenge. When Cian stepped forward, her instincts sharpened. Ready for what came next, her aura shifted. The crimson energy in her hand flared to life, proof of her relentless focus and skill. Cian watched her, curious and eager to see what Sarika would do next. Suddenly, a red aura burst from her body. Their swords clashed in midair, sparks flying as she danced between strikes, fluid and precise like water. Sarika paused briefly to survey her surroundings. Her presence demanded respect, and she faced Cian with unshakable calm. The intensity grew as a new force emerged. Her power undeniable, Kirin's resolve sharpened, instincts prepping smoothly for the challenge ahead. Sarika dodged a strike, her crimson energy glowing fiercely. The path was lit by the glow. Every move was a blend of precision and willpower. Kirin's skills showed years of relentless training for moments like this. A powerful clash sent shockwaves through the air. Kyo stayed focused as he pushed forward, unyielding against wind and tide. When the dust settled, Cian stood firm. The path was clearer now, but the journey had only begun. Sarika dashed across the battlefield. She was a blur of speed. Her stance showed she was ready for the next move. Energy flared as a crimson blade sliced through the air. Cian unleashed the power of the black mist, her ultimate skill, a spiraling strike with destructive force, tearing through all in its path. Her opponent staggered, caught off guard by the ferocity. Pain showed on his face, but determination overshadowed it. She reminded herself she couldn't falter, no matter the cost. As the explosion echoed, Sarika stood still, bracing for what was coming. A far greater challenge awaited. Cian stepped forward. Unshaken amid the chaos, Cian carefully watched Sarika, instincts whispering warnings of her dangerous potential. The battlefield lay in ruins, smoke rising in every direction. Yet she couldn't ignore the raw energy radiating from her foe. A smile crossed her lips. The challenge sparked her resolve. She welcomed the chance to test her limits. Power coiled around her sword. The demon sword's control technique was the next weapon to enter the fray. With every step forward, Cian was dominating the intensity of the battle. This wasn't the time to hold back. Suddenly, Cian jumped into the arena beneath them. The clash of swords echoed as Cian joined the fray. His arrival turned the tide of the fight. Energy sparked, and the battlefield grew more volatile. Cian moved through the chaos with purpose, focused on the mission ahead. A comedic twist broke the tension as the scene shifted. Cian scolded Cian for their reckless strategies in past battles. The calm before the storm settled in as the duo regrouped, preparing to move to safer ground. When they pulled apart, Cian was clearly annoyed and told Sarika and Cian to finish this on their own. The door creaked open with an ominous echo. Sarika and Cian hesitated, sensing a strange yet familiar energy inside. Outside, they exchanged silent glances, each reflecting unspoken thoughts, the tension building. Cian rubbed his forehead. The change was unavoidable now. He said calmly, bracing for the challenges his decisions would bring. Lunov greeted her superior. Cian, always sharp, felt an unspoken weight from their shared past during this reunion. A growing group gathered, obviously trusting each other. Cian noticed an unexpected presence among them. Curiosity sparked in his mind. The girl's aura was unsettling. Cian sensed her knowledge far surpassed her age. Though her intentions were unclear, her confidence was unnerving. Her words carried a depth Cian wasn't ready to face so soon. The group around him grew uneasy, unaware of the subtle tension between Cian and the mysterious girl, Luna. With each word, their curiosity deepened. Cian questioned her purpose in the group, but kept his doubts carefully hidden. His smile held veiled meanings, and his connection to Cian confused those nearby. Luna's cryptic words left Cian's companions puzzled. Memories of a past moment began to unravel, stirring unease within him. His thoughts raced backward. Seeking clarity, the group exchanged anxious glances, unsure what his words truly meant. A vivid memory surfaced, revealing his lifeless form from a past battle. The weight of his words troubled Cian even more. Light and flames danced in his hands, unveiling a power that deepened Cian's growing concerns. Amid uncertainty, Cian's resolve sharpened, fueled by the complexities of their shared past, as she braced to face the truths he revealed. The girl displayed her mastery of mana. Elements swirled around her as she unveiled the breadth of her powers. Her command over fusion and alteration left the group in awe. Though Cian's expression stayed unreadable, he revealed his gift, a relic from his grandmother holding secrets hinting at boundless potential. Cian's quiet observation broke when she revealed knowledge tied directly to him. Her sharp words hinted at a shared connection. The group's whispers grew louder, but Keanu's sharp reply quickly hushed the room, refocusing everyone on the task at hand. The group's dynamic shifted as another member approached Amelie, their casual words masking an undercurrent of growing tension and uncertainty among the allies. Cian and Luna crossed the room, their subtle glances revealing more about their tense yet unspoken history. Light-hearted exchanges briefly eased the atmosphere, though the complicated threads of their shared past lingered heavily in their minds. Amid the crowd, stories of power and resistance echoed. Tied to a cause greater than themselves, concerns took root. A vision emerged from a shadowy figure cloaked in mana, their purpose and presence wrapped in mystery, signaling yet another looming challenge. The scene shifted to a somber memory, tears mingling with regret. A lone figure stood resolute in the cold, carrying a promise made long ago, a duty woven into their very being as they walked across a quiet bridge. Cian exchanged a few words with his companion, reflecting on the choices that had shaped their journey. The weight of his choices was heavy, yet his resolve to uncover the truth remained unshaken. Luna suddenly stopped. When Cian said he'd only get upset when revealing he'd saved them, the swirling mana turned dark crimson, pulsing ominously. Lunave studied its nature, puzzled by its origins but drawn to its power. She recalled their previous encounter, piecing together fragments of the strange energy she had unknowingly gathered. On that fateful day, Cian reflected, realizing how his skills let him harness even chaotic elements. Though it cost her health, a vivid memory returned a moment of crisis when, unknowingly, she absorbed some of his energy. Their fates intertwined forever. Mana pulsed fiercely in both their hands, his and hers, revealing a bond neither fully understood. Still, Cian's sharp gaze softened for a moment, sensing the girl's hidden motives. Her reasons, though unclear, were woven with deep purpose and connection. She challenged his resolve, her curiosity wrapped in a casual tone. She hinted at a deeper intent to test his patience. He answered calmly, refusing to reveal more. Their subtle game of wits went on. Their journey across the bridge felt endless. The weight of secrets hung heavy, creating an invisible tension neither spoke aloud. Eventually it broke and she slipped away, leaving Cian with questions that lingered long after she vanished into the shadows. A surprise hug caught Cian off guard. She whispered her thanks softly, in words that hinted at bittersweet familiarity. The evening air carried the scent of wood smoke and memories. A large fire blazed, bringing warmth and calm. Flames flickered in an iron pot, stirring nostalgia for shared meals. Fleeting moments of peace amid chaos. Though that peace was brief, a sharp crack shattered the quiet, snapping Cian's attention back to lurking dangers. When the pot tipped and flames roared, the warning was clear. The calm had ended, and the battle had begun again. Cian reflected silently, his thoughts clouded with doubt. Though decisive in action, questions still lingered in his heart. His gaze softened as he looked into Lunov's eyes. She embodied resistance, yet she seemed like someone else's puppet. Surprised by his subtle recognition, the girl felt a warmth she couldn't explain. Gratitude briefly flickered across her face as she prepared to leave, fleeting as a shadow. But her farewell words lingered with a quiet peace. He watched her vanish into the horizon with a faint smile. The future seemed uncertain, yet hope remained. He paused, pondering her words. they touched a fragile core deep inside, leaving behind a strange warmth. Meanwhile, the imposing council building stood as a symbol of order, but its halls echoed with whispers of discontent. An urgent meeting erupted into chaos when shocking news shook the council's faith in its iron grip. A figure rose defiantly, breaking the tension with a voice demanding immediate action before things spiraled further. The atmosphere grew tense. Orders were quickly given, and the hunt began. The council's desperation drove their decision to act.